Alright then. So, been a little bit. Kind of got sidetracked from this for, what, an entire week? Something like that? Somewhere around there? Couple things right out the gate. One, you may notice a couple people have different armor. That's because I did a couple of the first stage of quest mode to pick up some more stuff and to see how doable it was. Turns out that first stage is incredibly easy at this point. I set it to, like, defeat the leader within 5 turns and managed to get consistent success, which is what got us things like the peregrine armor and the Nathalorc armor you see there, as well as the fire bow, which apparently is ever so slightly better than the thunder bow. So I went ahead and sorted people out with that. I also borrowed the gear off of Sybil, since we will not really be using her, since she kind of fills a role we already have. And she is only slightly better. If anything, her stats are actually less than I would want, since she's 3 levels higher, and her intelligence is only comparable, rather than significantly higher. Her defensive stats are better, but defensive stats are not something I care about on my casters at this juncture. If they're getting attacked, I've made a horrible mistake. I did not catch Carmen up, even though I probably should have. She's a little behind, but she heals more than enough, so it should still be absolutely okay. Nobody really gained any levels out of the couple trips into quest mode I did. I did not do the second tier of quest mode, which is at our level, because I figured that'd be more interesting to show all of you when the time came. But I'm also more or less saving quest mode at this point for a if I need to grind, or a if I have extra time left after we're done. Because ideally, we will be finishing today. Is theoretically, logic denotes that the map will be filled out by the time the game is over, which means we only have so much territory left to cover, predominantly up here in Ranunculus. So in theory, once we have filled out all of Ovis, then the game will be over. So I don't anticipate it taking the entire session today to finish the game, but it also depends on how long the fights are, and how much fighting there is on each of the locations between here and the end. Because I'm assuming the icy area that they were telling us about is probably up here somewhere, in this last chunk of Ovis up in the corner. I would circle it better, but you know, all I have is a Game Boy Advance movement here, so... since the pin's here in Harmonia, we're of course gonna go to Rabanada first. Oh yeah, I did also pass out the handful of items we got from the last fight before we stopped, before Sybil joined us. That's why there's a warp ring on Alos now. We are using the Needle of Light, because it just seemed fitting. What else was handed out? Oh yeah, I actually put the Grincer code on Sierra finally, instead of forgetting to do that constantly. And I swapped an amulet in place of the pointed hat Nikita had to raise her intelligence a little further. And Eufair's dual-wielding amulets, because it's both more effective than what we had, and it amused me. I did also pick up... Actually, yeah, I can look at it in here. A few magic leaves, a handful of healing salves, a couple revive stones in case bad things happen. Now that we have a bit more money than I had when I was grabbing those things, though, let me go grab a couple more revive stones. Just in case of petrification issues. And we'll grab an extra Altar of Resurrection, just in case everything absolutely goes sideways. Though, considering I managed to keep everybody alive when we attacked the castle, I have a feeling that we'll be okay. There's a reality in which we're not, and I'm prepared for that reality at this point. But I would prefer that reality never come to pass. So if I'm prepared for it, the universe won't slap me as hard.
Find it out.
At least that's the theory. At first, I thought it was a natural cave, but apparently it's not. Do you remember that deserted town we passed on the way here? There was a man that lived there who lost his sister to a rare illness. I remember that town, but why are you telling me this? That man cursed God for not showing mercy and blamed himself for not being able to save his sister. At first, the villagers felt sorry for him, but eventually they became frightened. He had forsaken his work and shut himself in his home, still cursing God. Finally, one day he went insane. I mean, he might have been there from the word go on that one, but sure. He ran screaming from his house and began killing villagers like a bloodthirsty demon. However, a priest who happened to be passing by was able to seal the man in this cave. Are you trying to scare me? Even if the story's true, he must have died inside. And this smell, I don't like it. Watch out, something's there. Oh yeah, that looks like a problem. That doesn't look great. He's a little concerning. So I'm okay, I'm not guaranteed to take Elric. Okay, good. Because he's kind of terrible at this point. Oh, they're all level 25, huh? This could be a little spicy then. You know, they've only got a 5 level advantage. I'm sure it's fine. Got heavy armor and a goblin helm. Interesting. Yeah, class unknown checks out for that. Yeah, yep, makes nothing but sense. Ghosts are just ghosts. Dragon zombies, obviously, just a dragon zombie. Knights got anything cool? Nope, they've got just basic knight garbage. Okay, great. I'm so excited to be fighting these things. So these guys are going to be purely for experience, and whatever doing this side job here unlocks, then. Got it. Which, if these guys are 5 levels up on us, we might actually need the experience anyway. Is that might be a sign that we might have fallen behind a little bit with the way I sped through a couple fights again. Of course, you know, the only way to find that out for sure is when I get slapped by the game completely. What is that? Well, it's certainly a big freaky demon thing. That much is guaranteed to be true. Okay. Was checking on something, don't mind me. Making sure things aren't behaving differently, since there were some changes I made. As I do. I can't help but fiddle with things. The endless pursuit of perfection. Which is not something that really exists anyway, so I don't know why I keep chasing it, but a man's gotta have a hobbies, you know? Ordinarily I'd say I'm gonna be a little bit rusty, but since I did the quest mode runs before we started today, I'm already refamiliarized with most of my team. You couldn't bring the whole group. I think it was limited to 6 instead of 8, so the casters were getting left behind since it was intended to be done fast. I would basically just pincer the leader with my teleporting melees, send the flyer over to pin them in, and that'd be the end of that. And I would very slowly make my way down the middle, just in case they went anywhere else. Basically left them nowhere to go, and that was very quickly the end of them. And I know it's weird that I'm starting the week with this, but, you know, we got other things lined up for Thursday like I posted about, so it's more important to be able to fit in around other people's schedules, since that is going to always be a variable. Whereas my schedule is nebulous. I do whatever I feel like, for the most part. It doesn't end up changing anything. I do wonder how dangerous that big abomination up there actually is. Like, he looks really spooky. No way, is that what they were talking about? He's just making noises, okay. In any case, we have to get out of here. I mean, we could just kill him, which is what we're gonna end up doing. You know, killing him is always an option. He is a freaky demon thing. I can't help but feel that the world might be better off if he was destroyed. Especially if he is the guy that was wiping out that village before. We can't have anybody cutting in on a market, after all. Killing is our job. I like to think we got rather good at it. I really have no reason to fear using a Tropos, so I should just hit everything with it. The biggest fear with this is how long it takes for this animation to finish. It's like, he'll be mildly inconvenienced by the, like, 60 damage he takes, but that's not enough of his health for it to really be a concern. Not at this stage of the game. Maybe if things start getting more threatening again, it might become a problem. Like, this dragon over here is only doing, like, 40s at a time, for example. So it would take him a good, what, like 5 turns to even be a threat to a single target? And by then we'll have healed that damage. It really is irrelevant. Like, I feel like for a lot of these fights to actually be a legitimate threat to me, I almost feel like I would have to not bring a healer. But that's also just tactical stupidity at that point, so I don't know. There's also the extra layer of I could just use healing items instead. So I feel like that doesn't actually, in fact, change that much, if you think about it. Because all it does then is we end up spending more turns in a fight, which does raise the risk in some ways. But in terms of it actually being a legitimate increase in danger, I really don't think so with this game at this point. Earlier on, not having a healer would have been devastating, as we saw when we actually were losing people occasionally. But at this point, it's just close enough that I think it works itself out anyway, and doesn't really amount to a big problem. Had I thought this through, I would have brought the ability to get rid of undead when they got downed. Because I saw that there was undead on the screen and I had the chance to swap, but I just didn't even think of it. That might be the only part that makes this complicated. Is if I'm not fast enough, they're just gonna all start getting back up again and making a real nuisance of themselves. Are you gonna one-shot her? No. You can't even one-shot a caster anymore. A caster without even any armor, I might add. 'Cause I think she's just wearing, like, a robe and a bunch of jewelry. I can't even say she's got armor. Remember the days when a wizard would get hit in one shot immediately? I remember those days. That's where almost all the deaths this team has ever had came from. And the wizard would step 1 foot too far one way and get obliterated instantly. And I can't even say that, oh yeah, I went out of my way to train them up in another class to make them more durable. She was never a non-caster class. She started life as a wizard and became a siren and nothing else. Okay, see, this whole putting people to sleep thing you're doing is upsetting. Could you not do that? I would really appreciate it if you didn't. Which is exactly why you're gonna keep doing that. Can I hit both of you? Not without catching a friend in the crossfire. That's a damned inconvenience. But it's more important that you chip that guy's health down than it is dealing with the ghost at the moment. And I'm not worried about the knight that's walked into the middle of us. He's not really a problem. He'll be a nuisance, but not really inherently a problem. Just keep whacking him with rocks. Only 2 missed so far, 3 missed. Okay. That's not a bad ratio for the percentage we were given on that one, honestly. Considering that took like 160 off of him, I will take that. This dragon kind of needs to stop existing. Problem is, he is really durable considering that whole, 5-level gap we've got going on here. Still registering as a bit of a problem, as it turns out. You go ahead and actually... Yeah, you're gonna have to actually turn and deal with that guy. It means the dragon's gonna be able to get out of in there, but that'll have to be okay. Because as much as that knight's not a major issue, we can't really let him just run free. Okay, I can't cast there. Well, there went that whole plan. Just finish him off, then. If the ghost is gonna waste time trying to hit her with a stick, it really doesn't matter. Eventually, he'll generate enough MP that he'll start throwing nightmares around like the other one is, but right now we don't need to worry about that. I'm kind of scared of him getting involved here soon because he's making his way over. It might be in my best interest actually to have my archer harass him directly right now. That'll be out of his reach, but I think she can reach him. Yes. How much damage would you do to him? Only 30, 24, 22, 7. Maybe harassing him isn't worth it then. Maybe that's not gonna do anything. Right then, that's not a viable solution to anything. Can you like one-shot this ghost for me? Is that a thing that's within your power to do with Notice? No, it isn't. Okay. I do kind of want you to become a dragoon, potentially, so maybe I should have you kill the dragon zombie. It's also a reasonably safe place for you to use a Tropos. The thing is, I don't know if dragon zombies count as killing dragons in this game. Because technically they could be listed as both a dragon and a zombie, but I feel like they're probably just listed as undead in the files. So I feel like that doesn't actually help anything. But I could be wrong, and I would be very happy to be wrong. This way he starts getting his credits towards getting the dragon scale to become a dragoon. I'm admittedly not sure if I actually care super much about him becoming a dragoon, but it'd be nice. It would be another class for me to show off. And he is kind of a rolling ball of metal for the team. Though ironically enough, he's one of the faster members of the team while still being the rolling ball of metal. Thanks to the speed of a swordmaster. I knew I was taking a risk when I moved her over there, but she has enough health that she can weather that and be fine. Now, if they keep doing that and I keep making stupid choices, then she'll become a problem. Oh, you MP stealing little shit. I didn't even consider that these guys were actually going to have brain sap at this point. That's just an inconvenience. Okay, I really thought they were all gonna start doing it and she was gonna have no MP by the end of the turn. Enfeeble might be upsetting. Oh yeah, no, Enfeeble's just health drain. That's not actually that big a problem. They had much better targets for Enfeeble that they didn't take. Yeah, this is not gonna be a fast fight considering the level difference. Other than that, it's not really a problem, but that level difference hurts. Can you actually reach down to hit him? You can. And you can kill him. Do it. No more knights on their team. Like, it's kind of sad how this has just turned into Allosatropos' everything simulator, but it's just so good in attack. He went from the slow, clanky guy who couldn't do much to teleporting around the map, committing mass slaughter. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't think you'd land that hit. I think you'd hit Allos. And he is dark. I thought for a second maybe the fire bow did very little damage to him because he had an affinity for fire, but no. If he's darkness, then that shouldn't be that big an issue. There's some debate logically there, but we don't need to worry about that much. Thankfully, since he's choosing to go the long way around, we kind of have a free and clear time here to wipe out all of his ghosts. It's just a matter of making sure they don't get back up in time to be a complication. You two need healing at this point, so we'll go ahead and heal you two before I move you at all, so I don't have to then figure out how to reach you more effectively with healing. This would be a whole thing. I would say this will pin the ghost in, but I know he can teleport, so he'll just leave when he feels like it. On the bright side, this is fast-tracking levels for everybody, so this isn't a bad thing in any stretch of the imagination. Had I checked my movement first, I would have probably used my turn to Molten Blade somebody at the start of this turn instead of now. And now that everybody's in better health, I'll probably use Cleanse next turn to wake Gunther up if he doesn't wake up on his own. Go ahead and give Allos power boost so Tropos does even more. Because we're probably going to need to power through that abomination so he doesn't just slaughter us. Because I'm very concerned about how much damage he can do. Because I have to imagine that there's a high likelihood that he will hit for yes. And that's going to be a problem. Just keep stealing health. It really doesn't matter. All you're doing is postponing the inevitable. Okay, they brought the two ghosts down there. I can probably throw a summon in that direction from both of my casters, I think, because I think they both got enfeebled, not their MP drained. So there might be enough on one or both of them to manage to make that work. Just a possibility there, though. Oh, what do you know? The moment I think to fix Gunther, he wakes up. Oh, and they definitely don't have the MP to summon. Okay. That's fine. Firestorm will do a decent amount, and Crag Crush probably will do some decent work as well. And that should be enough to get rid of one of the two ghosts. Just, we have to deal with the other one. Oh, you did have your MP stolen. Alright, hold that thought. We'll do something about that in a minute here. This is a perfect opportunity for stabbing instead. Which removes one of the two ghosts. Gunther's probably one of our more durable characters. It may be worth having him come up here and test the waters of how strong the abomination is. Well, that's already a bad sign. If at distance he only does negligible amounts of damage to this thing with both his damage types. Here's the reality as far as I see it fighting that abomination. Somebody's getting hit. Like, that's the beginning and ending of the reality there. Is there's no world in which somebody isn't getting punched by that thing or clawed or whatever it does, be it by a counter or by it getting to reach somebody and attacking them. So these two are my best candidates for getting hit by that and not getting destroyed. The fact that it takes so little damage in general, unless it takes, like, piles of damage from actual magic, we might be in trouble here. We might be here for a while, at best. Okay, you're not going to be able to reach Alos. So what I want you to do is, despite the fact that this is probably going to be wasted by them stealing this MP again, give her some more MP to potentially attack that abomination with in the future. In fact, actually, I think she can reach to test... Okay, he takes full damage from magic. So what we do is we drop a gnome on his head. Though that percentage did not look great as I clicked through that, but it'll be okay. As long as even a couple of these hit, it's already long beyond what everybody else was going to be able to do to this thing this turn. Yeah, that was what, like 4 or 5 hits on a 20% chance, give or take? That honestly wasn't bad. That took a good like 80 of his health off. So I'm no longer scared of the abomination. I don't like it, but I'm not scared of it anymore, because I have found a way to hurt it. The Holy Sword we have probably would do some wonders on him as well, considering, you know, that would be the one thing Holy Magic would be good for, is fighting the undead. Which that's the one thing I was worrying about a little bit when I picked swapping to the Needle of Light, because it had slightly higher attack, is the fact that Holy would only be good against one specific problem. But I just have this feeling that since we're chasing a demon of some kind, a Holy weapon might be a really good idea to have. Don't know where I get crazy ideas like that from. Though the catch to that is, since I'm the one using it and I have Baron's Soul, I don't know if using the Holy Weapon or using Baron's Soul on something of the Dark type would be more effective, since Baron's Soul would make my attack the opposite of them anyway, which in theory would make it a Holy attack. I've kind of got a weird split in my head on that one, and I don't know which angle of that would actually be the right answer. And yeah, we are leveling like crazy, killing off these higher level enemies, as one would expect. Euphra's almost dead, but there's nothing that's gonna be able to get at her. The dragon zombie's not gonna get anywhere anytime quick. Neither will the abomination. There is the one ghost up there, but I don't think he'll be able to do 60. By that same token, though, I don't think Alos needs to be healed this turn either. So what I think I'll do is I'll do a lower heal to get Euphra out of danger, because I might also have her pass MP at some point soon. And again, since her own MP is quite low. And that'll balance out. You're already goddamn out of MP again too, because of stupid ghost, I presume. Little shit stealing all our magic. Thankfully we have ways around that, like the fluid magic that Alos and I both have, and Euphra's energy transfer, and all that good stuff, for ways to fix the MP issue without having to burn all of our items. Because remember, fluid magic is stupid, and will give my entire magic pool even if I don't have my entire magic pool full. Which is one of the wonderful benefits of becoming a warlock, is having a decent sized MP pool to boost our casters with. Though the MP pool on a Swordmaster is not really that much of a slouch either. As if you all remember, Alos has never been any form of caster, so his intelligence would have never had any real reason to grow crazy high, or his MP. But he still has about 60, which is really not bad at all. It's nothing to write home about, but it's not bad. Will you reach with this? Like, it's not gonna do much damage, but it's not like that SP's going anywhere anyway, and I don't want him flying over there. That's what I was afraid of. Wow! That ghost literally popped right back. So it's RNG if they get back up, huh? Because there's no other reality in which all three of those would have conveniently gotten back up other than it being RNG. I thought they were on a timer. Like, I'm gonna be honest on that one. I thought that was a timer. Or just like other things. Turns out, no. So it's a good thing I did heal Euphra, otherwise she probably would have died this turn, because the ghost and the knight would have both hit her. Instead, the ghost is retargeted to Claros. Which was really only to try to put her to sleep, I think, since the game knows it's not going to do much damage. Okay, his sword damage has returned to normal. The good news is these guys don't get up with full health. If they got back up and were fully healed, this would be such an issue. As it stands, it's just a nuisance. I could just immediately Karma Gnome him And I think I'm gonna have to because I can't reach the abomination that effectively. Enjoy your karma boulder. Let's see. So that left him with 52. I should be able to take care of that. I don't think I have enough for Baron's Soul. No, I do not. So now I actually can't completely kill him. I really feel like my damage has fallen off a lot from switching to this needle here. What's up, Jay? How are things going? Thank you. I ended up making that at pose, and I'm like, I need to use this. This needs to get used because it's too funny. It would just be such a waste not to put it somewhere. But how you doing, Jay? Let's see. Over here, because that's probably the best shot we have. Is these ghosts and such need to stop. Otherwise, they're gonna keep stealing our magic, and it's gonna be annoying. Dang it, phone. Trying to answer a message while these animations play out, but it keeps being just short enough that I can start composing the message because the phone finally stops being stupid. And then I end up having to get back to this so I don't keep anybody waiting. It is upsetting. A smart man would just wait till his turn's over, and then in the long time it takes for the AI to finish doing what it's doing, then you send the message. But no, I'm being impatient, because I am a silly person. How far do you reach? You won't reach her, okay. You go ahead and move over here to deal with him. Can you deal with him at that range? You cannot, okay. Just come around to this side so you don't stab Floros in the face. As entertaining as a bit of friendly fire is, I really can't afford that at the moment. Okay, so they've been put back down. Wow, their turn really wasn't that long, but there's also only 2 of them left. Okay. Thankfully, it was long enough for me to get 90% of the way through that message. So the dragon zombies are relevant. We can just ignore him. Can you actually do any damage to this freak? Because if you can't, then we have to magic him. Jesus. Even hitting him with a Tropos, we do 36 damage. He will take more damage than he deals doing that. Okay. Put a pin in that idea for a second. You don't have the MP to do a real spell. You do. So, we start by throwing the gnome at him again. See where that ends up. Since it's hitting from the side instead of the front, we have a higher odds on this one. There's a reality in which we managed to kill him this turn, but I don't think he's going down. what I'm gonna have to do is feed MP to the two casters to really make any headway here, as we already discussed. Can I reach? Yes, I can, easily. So I have two options. I can either Molten Blade Alos to see if that would make his Atropos do an actual amount of damage, or just give MP to Ufair, and it makes more sense to just give the MP to Ufair. Because then she'll throw Salamander behind him, and that should end him. Just straight up. Like a 200 intelligence Salamander should be plenty here. Or not. Or maybe that just does Bubkiss. He is resistant to fire. He really, really is. Huh. Well, that explains why the Firebow is also not doing much, then. That at least has some logic and reason to it, then. That's not to say that it won't work. That's just to say that it's gonna not be anywhere near as effective as I wanted it to be. Which leaves me kind of worried. Here's the thing, then. He must have a vulnerability to Earth, then. Like, we don't really have a way to check that, per se. So, that answers why we can't hurt him physically. 711... He's got an entire convenience store of physical defense over here. This is a problem. This is a real big problem. He's been building up SP for a while, so God only knows what he's gonna do once he can reach somebody. So my order of operations was going to matter, but it doesn't actually, because of the fact that hitting him from the sides or the back does not help with Salamander, apparently. Okay, so it doesn't actually exceed the damage dealt with Atropos. Okay. But now I can fit Gunther in over here to at least do a little bit of damage. Both to get him some experience and to raise our odds of dealing with him. Is I don't like these odds. 11 damage and a 38% chance. This is the time where the game fucks me over on this deal. And leaves it open for it to hit somebody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, see? It only hit 4 times. That's exactly what I was expecting. He's gonna have health left, and somebody's gonna have a bad day if Floros can't end him. Wait, nope, I'm a fool. Floros has magic. I can have her just cast a spell and probably do more damage than her spear would right now. Yep, there we go, we're good. I had just enough available to kill that thing before he could hit anybody. Okay. I was a little nervous there because I wasn't sure how much damage that thing could do. And I didn't want him just waltzing over and punching somebody into pudding. My precious. What, your power ring? What precious thing? It doesn't matter. You don't have it anymore. Okay, we got the crazy hat. Sounded like he was trying to speak. Maybe he was human after all. Man who sold his soul to the devil. I doubt he'll reveal himself again. I mean, we kind of destroyed him, so I would certainly hope he didn't come back again. It'd be a little weird. Goblin Helm. Definitely makes you hit harder. It's a Bane helmet. The thing that makes me worried is, what if this is a helmet that makes you go, like, berserk or something? Like, that would be really bad. Because I think the items that have Banes and Virtues on them all have some manner of effect that aren't described on them. He's like, that's got virtue, that's got water. So Bane's an element, so maybe it's just a dark element helmet? Question mark? You know what? Worst case, something bad happens when I put this helmet on my head. I'll take the risk. I'll put it on my own goddamn head. Because as I described, we do kind of need a bit more power. So... it'll either go horribly wrong and be funny, or it'll be fine.
Find it out.
Oh, it's you two kids. Here he comes, Cervante. Indeed he does. You two. Come on. Good to see you again. Those creatures, they're demons? You've never seen a real one before? Well, then it must be your first time fighting one. I can't let you interfere with the resurrection of Lord Shahar. I'm sorry, but this is where you die. Oh, you're summoning more, huh? Oh! Oh, I'm glad I came prepared for petrification problems. Oh, I'm so glad I came prepared for petrification problems. I remembered that these exist at some point in this game, and here they are. The Gorgons. Effect Bane. 30 SP, unlimited range. A deadly gaze that petrifies foes who are not protected by shields. So I have two options from the sound of that. I either need to give everybody a shield, or accept the fact that some people are going to get petrified and I'm going to have to fix that. And those are giants, okay. Ooh, he's got a wind ring. Neat. Thunder flare effect. Huh. Okay. So, we've got both the twins to deal with here, too. We do have some shields that we can hand out. And that's probably going to be in my best interest to do so. We're going to have to downgrade his sword to one of the one-handed swords. It's only a small downgrade for him to use some Manus, so he'll use some Manus and take a shield. You go ahead and take the Earth Shield, why not? Assuming that's actually how this works, and it's not a magic shield it's talking about. This prevents abnormal statuses, so I presume I'm protected, which, fun fact, this is exactly the situation that I put the pearl necklace on the main character for. Because if the main character gets petrified, I'm pretty sure it's an instant loss. Despite the fact that that is curable, I believe I remember reading it as a case of, if that happens, you lose straight up. So we may have an instance where that becomes a problem. The spears are an issue. Because I don't think they can have a spear and a shield, despite the fact that that would be completely reasonable to do. We're gonna have to let some people be at risk of being petrified to begin with because we don't have enough shields for everybody. And the fact that it's unlimited range means everyone is at risk. Since Carmen has cleanse, I need her to have a shield. This way, she's available at all times to cleanse petrification off anybody else that gets petrified. So we'll go ahead and give her the Saint Shield. Let's see. So that's 3 people that are protected so far. The healer and 2 frontliners are in good order. If I let the spears be at risk and just accept the fact that I'm gonna have to cleanse those, that leaves Nikita. Sierra's kind of SOL because her bow is two-handed as well. So that just leaves Nikita or Yufair getting protected. And Nikita has managed to do more with her magic for the most part. So I'm gonna go on that logic. And give her the Earth Shield. The casters aren't as big a problem as far as petrification goes, because they'll probably be near Arista Carmen compared to anybody else. So it'll be easy for Carmen to fix the petrification. And we do have enough revival stones that need be, if Floros or Gunther gets petrified, that can be fixed by myself or Alos as well. The Necklace of Resist might also work against the petrification, since it's technically a skill which kind of rides a funny line between spell and not spell. So I think that's the best shot we're gonna have. This is when I find out that the Pearl Necklace does not in fact block being petrified, and I just get petrified instantly and cry. The alternative option I have is I could try to A, rush the Gorgons down, or B, drain their MP constantly. Because we do have a brain rot spell available. It would have to be someone like myself using it, because I'm one of the few that has access to that type, and I got rid of that spell. Never mind, I don't have it. Either I didn't actually buy it like I thought I did, or I got rid of it at some point. So never mind, that MP drain is not an option then. Okay. Okay, that's great. I think this is our best shot with our current equipment for this idea. Come on, then. Let me show you the power of darkness. Yeah, 240 HP and 231 HP respectively. This one's only got a great bow, the other one's got the sandstorm bow. So I'm more interested in the one that has the sandstorm bow. I also want this. Ring granting immortality. There's a very specific reason I want that, and based on previous conversations, you can probably guess what the reason is. Whether we get our hands on it or not, I'll explain later what the deal with the Ring of the Dead is. But understand it's a very limited quantity item in this game. So if we don't get it, we're probably not getting it at all. Because I think we missed the other opportunity to grab it already. Because I want to say it was buried somewhere in that crypt we were in before. When I was looking at the hidden item chart once upon a time, I seem to recall that that's something I saw in the table as a specific item. Not that button. I wanted to look at how far he could move. Okay, giants actually move pretty good, so I don't want to go too crazy. Because there's no reason for us to give them a free shot out the gate. We don't have any MP currently, so we can't fluid magic to make MP out of nothing. The other option would have been to energy transfer from Yufair to me, to then fluid magic from me to Nikita, which would generate excess mana, basically. Which is just cheating levels of bullshit, but, you know. The game provides me the tools, so I could do that if I really wanted to. Hey, the Snork. Thank you for the resub. How you doing? How goes everything? While I sit here and contemplate whether I really want to break things or if I just do what I need to do to get through this. Are we able to reach him? Nope. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, pretty similar, all things considered. I am the forever tired. But all things considered, it's not too bad today. Now, what are they gonna do? I'm surprised the demons don't fly, but then again, they may just only be doing their walking animation because of the distance they're walking. And the layout. Nah, I would have figured he would have flown there, so... I guess those wings are just for show. Okay, good. I was gonna say, now we get to find out how much damage the sandstorm bow does, and then I just slap the arrow out of the air. Okay, they're not gonna do what I was worried they were gonna do. I thought for a moment those two were gonna fluid magic the Gorgons so that they'd get more chances to petrify people. So, thing I'm curious about. Can I recruit demons? Because if I can recruit demons, then I can guarantee getting that Ring of the Dead. And, you know, getting a demon on side might be interesting. You can recruit most anything else, but the Duke Knights weren't recruitable, and a few other things weren't, so I wouldn't be surprised if the demons aren't recruitable. For honestly fairly logical reasons. You have access to that Gorgon, so go get her. Cut her in half. He is at risk right now. Not from the Gorgon, but from the giant. I don't know how... We still don't know how strong the giants are. So I don't know if I actually should be afraid of them or not. But I feel like being afraid of them until proven otherwise is probably wiser than going, oh yeah, they're probably not a problem, and then watching somebody get dumpstered by a giant. And I know I've hyped up the danger of the Gorgons a bunch, and they're probably not gonna pay off in the way that they are presented because of how I prepared, but I would rather that than have half my team get petrified randomly. Though they're probably just going to target the people that are unprotected anyway and make a nuisance of themselves. So I'm sure they're going to get to do plenty to upset me. That should be good enough. I would rather hit only the giant to get started chewing through that huge health pool. But the Gorgon needs to go too. So it works out. Okay. Not a bad split. Because that means, yeah. If that's not the Sandstorm Bow, I'm gonna be kind of sad, because I think that was the only thing of value she had. But at the same time, it's okay. Because the important part is she did. It doesn't really seem like they take that much more magic damage than most, honestly. I would assume they're stat lined similar to knights, just with a lot more health. Like, they're obviously going to take more magic damage than physical damage, but not by an excessive amount. Yeah, their magic resist is 55. But they were managing to avoid a lot of the castings of it is the issue. And their physical resist is like 300. Like, it'd be kind of weird if a giant was well protected against magic. Unless it was some kind of, like, giant shaman or something. I wouldn't be surprised if her resistances are more even. Like, she doesn't have high either of them, but the magic is probably slightly higher than her physical. But they're also kind of in the archer archetype for this game, so that they're not meant to be getting attacked either physically or magically if they could help it. This is a very ugly situation right here. I don't like this. Thankfully, those giants don't do nearly as much damage as I was afraid they were going to. Then again, they are attacking Gunther, who has, I think, the second highest physical resistance on the team. And there's the fluid magic I was expecting them to do. But I forgot they have the same issue with fluid magic I do, where they need to be able to pay the cost of fluid magic, regardless whether it actually gives an accurate amount. Ooh, that's a new spell. But I assume it's just a dark version of what we've been using. Yeah, that basically is what it is, it seems. Or maybe it does do something different. Nope, just deals a lot of damage. Okay, that's fine. We can fix that. Yeah, for sake of curiosity, let's take a look. Yeah, her magic resist is 60 higher than her physical, give or take. That checks out. And the demons, of course, have good both, as expected. Now, before I do anything... Yeah, 0%. I'm pretty sure they're unrecruitable. But what we're going to do is move over here. This way he's still in range to be healed alongside the other one, but he can hit 2 and 1. Oh, and we found a hidden healing item. Convenient. Yeah, there are also additional calculations that go into the summon spells, and I think all of the spells in general, but I don't know what all the calculations are. There's always some wiggle in there. Now you go ahead and get behind her, so you can get a double as well. Or... Actually, I'm not gonna fire it off here, I just want to check. That would be 4 for the price of 1 instead of 2 for the price of 1, but how much of a damage difference is there? 49 and... Yeah, no, it would actually be better for you to throw Crag Crush in this situation and provide an extra blocker here instead. This is why you give your soldiers magic. Because magic is really good sometimes. Now, the funny thing here is, if I wanted to end this fight super quick, he has chosen to walk himself into a very dangerous position here. His Alos can warp behind him and hit him with Atropos, which, since he's a caster, he might be able to just shred him. Nah, he's got better physical resist than you would think. What's he got? What is he actually wearing? Okay, he just has plot armor, kind of, because there's no way that this is giving him enough. Yeah, that barely gives any. Something about being a Benefic is just giving him a lot of physical protection. Because over here is their resistance. Like, it makes sense for their magic resist to be higher than their physical, but these stats are absurd. He really doesn't have that much going on, though. He's got some in darkness, which is upsetting, because I think that's what he used to summon a demon, which means he'll be able to pull more of those, potentially. And other than that, he's really only got Fiend's Grip, which hurts a bit. And Poison Squall, which I don't care about. Poison really hasn't proven to be a big issue in this game. And he's no slouch in physical combat, given those stats, so I gotta be a little careful. I'd rather actually have you hit both the giants. I also could have given her a bit more MP so that she could have used Gnome instead, but split among that many targets, I feel like Crag Crush would still be a slightly better choice. And you might be noticing that her movement is, like, non-existent. That's because the snow is a modifier for movement in this game, as you would expect snow to be, even though it's not really that deep a snow. You'd only do 25 to him, 16... 34, but you're not going to manage to hit him, you're just going to hit the giant. Let's see if we can spook him into doing something other than being over here and being annoying. I'm inclined to think that that won't work, but I can dream. If I put that there, it's 95% chance to hit him, 65% chance to hit her, and a 99 to hit him. Mind you, that's per time it chooses to hit any of them, not a waiting for who it chooses to attack. Like with the summon. Meanwhile, Firestorm is 47 and 43 respectively to each. Or I place it here, and I guaranteed hit 4 targets for a good amount of damage. I'm feeling the guaranteed damage. Is, with the way I'm expecting Salamander to fire, it's going to end up not hitting what I need it to hit. So I'm going to take the guaranteed 4 targets here. The other option is I narrow down to, like, salamandering 1 or 2 enemies in order for it to do more significant work for me. I may as well cast Fluid Magic. The thing is, that's gonna put my back to them, but we've established that they don't do a crazy amount of damage, and it's gonna be more important that she has the MP to do anything her heart desires with. But I'm standing here to block the giants from just walking up and punching you fair, who is much more vulnerable than I am. They might actually do a significant amount to her, and that would be a problem. Yeah, your only real target is attacking Cervante. But if I have you Atropos again, you're gonna start getting into a bad spot for health, too. The regular attack will still do a decent amount, though. Or, you know, he's gonna wheel around and guard because he's got a absurd stat line. And I think they are higher level than us, too. I didn't actually look. Thank you for taking yourself out of the equation, Mr. Giant. That's actually very helpful of you. I think the demon's also going to take himself out of the equation if he attacks the wrong person. Good guard, good guard. This is why I wasn't super worried about splitting my damage either, is because the counter kills will take care of some of the problem. Oh, or you'll heal him, and then he's definitely not gonna die. But that's okay, because it means you're not attacking, and I can do 100 damage without it really being an issue. Are you going to petrify somebody? No, you aren't, because you didn't get enough SP yet, I think. Or you're being stupid. One of the two. I'll take either option. Because if I can down both the Gorgons without them having a chance to petrify anybody, I will be overjoyed. Because even if that means that my preparation was technically pointless, it means I didn't have to deal with the headache of people getting petrified. And we take those here. Oh, we take those here. Really? You're doubling down on healing? Okay, sure. Once again, the AI panic heals in a really weird way. Like, I get the self-preservation there, but I'm also confused by the level of commitment they have to trying to save each individual unit in their team. It's an abnormality when it comes to AIs. Usually they're quite prone to throwing their units away in moves they think will actually get something done. But in this game in particular, they've been very... Honestly, they've been very defensive. I think that's an accurate way to describe that, is them being defensive. Which especially for AI, not necessarily in this era in particular, speaking in terms of the GBA, but older AI definitely was more aggressive rather than defensive in a lot of cases, in my experience. Barring the cases of them being defensive to the point of foolishness because they only react at a certain range. But that's... Arguably, that wouldn't be them being defensive, that's more them being oblivious. I'm not sure that's the same thing. Yeah, so far it's looking like it's gonna prove out that what I was worried was gonna come to pass isn't, and this is going to just be another textbook fight for us. Grab that just so they don't hijack the item. Look at you actually guarding. Ooh. I think that was an Urn of Chaos that we just picked up. Which we don't need at all, but it's nice to have. None of you, like, super need to be healed. But I also probably hang on, let me check actual injury amounts. You're down 70. I'm down nothing. She's down 5. He's down 70 as well from using a Tropos. You're down a bit between energy transfer, and I think you did get hit by an arrow. Okay, yeah, it would make the most sense to put the heal here. There's no point moving forward. Because the idea was to move up and make sure I could reach if I needed to reach Gunther. I would have loved to have healed Alos and the other two all in one, but there was no way for that positioning to work. I don't have a big heal. I've only got a mid heal. Not taking the opportunity for the really low physical resist target, huh? Works for me. You're gonna go around behind Gunther and hit him. That's sense. No, you're gonna heal. Okay, you do you, buddy. The panic healing kicked in again. They probably do, especially with all these weirdos teleporting around constantly. Because you don't even hear them walking up, they're just suddenly there and there's a spear in your spine. It's like, huh, that's not normal. That hurts a lot. I mean, hell, even the player characters probably have limited vision if you think about it. I'm just some weird omniscient being guiding everyone along. Why you gotta rain on our parade? Oh no, 6 damage. The poison's a bit more of a nuisance, but the 6 damage is just funny. You have, however, positioned both of these guys in perfect stabbing range again. You're just feeding my spearman experience, and I appreciate that about you, video game. You're just giving me free experience. Well, this giant needs to go. He needs to not be here anymore. That's definitely one thing that has to happen. This also probably just should happen. I gotta wonder, can they see magic? Like, can normal, everyday soldiers see magic being casted, or are people just randomly catching on fire and things like that? Does that be a hell of a thing? Like, obviously, even if they can see magic happening, the boulder spells would be kind of jarring because a rock just appears over somebody's head and lands on them. I feel like you wandered into a goddamn cartoon. Next will be the piano spell. Hold that thought a second. His color scheme keeps fucking with me because I keep thinking he's on my side. Because he's got the green and blue almost everybody on our team has. It's goddamn cheating is what he's doing. There we go. Now we can put the heal in a better spot because we don't have to worry about accidentally healing an enemy. Am I upset with him enough to hit just him? The answer is yes, at this point. I didn't throw Gnome because it would end up hitting Floros. And I'm trying to keep my no friendly fire policy going. I think I've friendly fired a hole once in this entire game, and it was an accident. Because I just was not paying enough attention. And if it has happened more than once, I believe it was the spears that I ended up friendly firing more with. So I can think of at least one instance of spear friendly fire, but I think there's also been a magic friendly fire as well. And I know there's been at least one purposeful spear friendly fire as well, because I had no other options. I was gonna say, if that bag's the Ring of the Dead and he stepped over there and took it, I was gonna be very upset. And that bag is gonna be the Ring of the Dead if it dropped, because that's the one that had it. I admittedly lost track of who was who between the two demons until I saw the axe come out. Okay, so he's running off that way. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of when I gathered everybody up to heal, is that they were all getting gathered up to get Fiend's Gripped too, but they should be absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure we healed more than this is gonna do. He's still got most of his health. This demon is pretty well dead, so we don't need to really go out of our way pursuing him necessarily. And I assume the AI's run out of its healing allowance, considering it didn't heal the nearly dead demon in this time. Because I have to assume that the AI can only use so many healing items, otherwise it would just be healing forever. That just from a purely logical perspective makes sense. Because otherwise the AI not only will have to constantly be weighting the concept of does it use a heal this turn, every turn, but it also has the potential, like I said, to be healing constantly instead of doing something that could get the situation to change. Now, not be a very effective AI at that point. We'll step on this bag in particular just to make sure we don't lose that one. Of course. What do you want about phone? Yes, more apps going to deep sleep. As it turns out, I don't care. I'm actually not going to have her step onto that spot because she won't be able to attack. And that is not worth my time. Not that her spell's gonna do a ton of damage to him, but every little bit moves him closer along. Hindsight, I should have used Gunther's Thunder Arrow instead of using the spear at that range. His Thunder Arrow would have done a lot more damage. How well does Gnome work on you? 9 damage and 7%. Woo! Party time. Just give me the guaranteed 21. Oh, the excitement of doing single-digit damage. Yeah. Oh, there was the wind bracelet we wanted. Because that was the other thing I was like, ooh, that looks neat. I want that. Go ahead and heal those two this turn. I gotta say, it's gotta be a really weird feeling not to be able to turn. If you think about it, since they end up locked in on a direction. It's like, do they not turn their heads at any point? Do they not look around? Why is this a thing? Like, gameplay mechanics, I understand why it's a thing, but just... when you think about it deeper than that, it just gets weird. Yep, here comes the summoning spell. This is why I was trying to kill him at this point, is so that he wouldn't... Oh, he summoned an imp, not a demon. You know what? You can do that all day. Exactly. Like, nope, can't see it. It's coming to kill me, but I can't see it. It's not in front of me. Doesn't exist. Like, to an arguable degree, the standing there and letting your opponent hit you thing makes a little more sense. Hey, we did get the Ring of the Dead. Okay. So, the Ring of the Dead has one fascinating side effect, according to what I have seen. And that is, if somebody of sufficient capability dies while wearing a Ring of the Dead, they can come back as a lich instead of just coming back. Because I believe the Ring of the Dead doesn't actually bring you back as a human. I believe it brings you back as an undead. I don't actually have confirmation on whether they come back as an undead or not. It seems I've overexerted myself. I'll be leaving now. Letha, don't worry, I'll be back. Oh, look at you. You're actually some kind of fallen angel. What do you know? I guess you humans aren't that helpless after all. And she's actually gonna keep fighting. Okay. Seems like an iffy idea on her part, but you know, you do you. But yeah, the Ring of the Dead is the extra requisite for making someone into a lich in this game. Lich being the mage equivalent of Angel Knight as far as requirements go. And it's the only step above Siren as far as attack casting goes from what I looked at. Whether we'll get a lich or not, I'm probably just gonna leave that up to chance. Much like I was talking about with the Angel Knight. I'm not gonna go out of my way to make one happen, even though we now have the ring. Is based on what I read, the idea seems to be that it would be a matter of just keep getting the one wearing the ring killed until you get the result you want, much like the Angel Knight, but I may have that part wrong because of memory. So that is a possibility. I'm also not sure how much more potent a lich actually is than a siren anyway. Like, obviously they are going to have a better int growth and probably a better MP growth, considering everybody goes gaga over them about outcasting. But I believe they're also better defensively, I think it was their other big claim to fame. Is the fact that they're harder to kill, because, you know, it's kind of hard to kill what's already dead. Let me pull up the entry on liches while I wait for their turn to go. There we go. Okay, yeah, chaotic only, equip Ring of Dead and die in battle. They need to have 118 MP and 134 intelligence. And those are the only requirements. Okay, so actually I might have been telling a slight lie there in that it has a chance to work. It seems to be guaranteed as opposed to the Angel Knight, which was the chance-based option. Since I don't have snow boots or anything, I'm having a hard time catching her. So we'll just let the magic boosted sword do some work here. But that's basically what this fight's gonna be now, is just chasing Lethe around the map until she's dead. Oh, the joys of caster chasing, huh? Oh yeah, the imp is here too. I honestly already forgot about him. That's how much impact he had on the fight since he's been summoned, is I already forgot that he was there. Neat thing, by the way, you'll notice that the snow is getting destroyed on terrain that I'm throwing fire at. There are actual terrain interactions in this game, and some buried treasure is only accessible if you burn the ground first. Because you're getting rid of what would be in your way of getting to it, basically. So that's a little fun fact. I believe I brought that up before, but it's important to bring up now because it's actually relevant to things that are happening. Not really in a way that it's relevant to something I need to do, but you witnessed it in front of you. You know what? Sure. For fun, go ahead and throw that at her. See what happens. What could possibly go wrong? I don't think any of those hit, did they? I don't think a single one of those rocks hit, unless it was the first one, because I looked away for a moment. And to get a drink while that spell went off. Yeah, there's no point in standing there, because I'm not going to heal her right now. You go ahead and heal Yufair, who's the only one under 150 at the moment. So I guess by that logic, I may as well give Nikita the Ring of the Dead. Is this the one that petrifies? Okay, no, it's confusion. Okay, what kind of stupidity is Yufair gonna do while she's confused? Oh, she's just gonna slap the thing that confused her. You know what? That's fine. You do you there. That's all fine and well. You'd be so kind as to die, Lethe, so we can move on. That'd be great. You actually missed. Wasn't that like a 98% chance? Something like that? I actually didn't really look that carefully. His stupid me, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's over 90. He'll hit. Whiff. At least once a session, we have to have an over 90% miss. I understand this, but I don't have to be happy about it. Especially in a situation like this, where all it's doing is making this take longer. I feel like this fight has kind of hit the bygone conclusion stage of things. Like, this fight is already over, other than the dying. Like, we will whittle her down. Regardless of whether she allows a serious attack to hit her, she will eventually die. And she's not doing enough damage to be a threat in return. Like, I would argue that the imp has contributed about as much as she has. And that's not saying much, considering. This does, however, mean that we have enough time to kill the imp. Hooray. Over the excitement. Hey, Blood Rain. I forget what that one means, so we'll take a look at that once it's our turn again. I think that's a good one, though. Or it won't be our turn again because she died to a counter instead. Oops, guess it was a little too much for me. It's almost time. Let's go, Lethe. Lord Shah is calling. See you. We'll be waiting for you. What do you know? She's a fallen angel too. Haha. What a surprise. Oh, hey, self-preservation. Neat. I really thought he had that already. Magic Salve, Fiend's Grip, Sugarcane. Yeah, this really feels like we're gonna be chasing them to the ritual for releasing Shahar, and then we're gonna probably have to defeat Shahar when we get there, I would assume. Because of course the ritual is gonna succeed. So we might not actually have enough time to make her into a lich. Does still raise her intelligence though, so here you go. If she manages to turn into one, great. If she doesn't, and we still have time left today, what I'll do is I'll go into quest mode and see if she happens to end up dying and showing it off. So this candy cane seems to be useless. Kind of suspicious of that one. I'm sure there's some kind of magic bullshit trick it has. I just don't know what it is. So we got an axe, but nobody really would want to use an axe on this team. But if we end up with a situation where an axe will be good, I guess we have one. Let's get him back his sword now that we don't need shields. Okay. There was only... Yeah, you got your thing sorted out. You are the other one that ended up with a shield that doesn't really need one. Arguably, I could leave the shield on her, because it wouldn't be a bad idea for her to have one. I assume the Thunder Flare effect is a case of you use the item, because we can use items from our inventories. Yeah, because actually, she is only going to go up to 7 intelligence higher than she is right now and go a little quicker. Then again, it's only a swing of like 20 physical resist as well. And the only thing that really tends to threaten her is archers and such. And the damage they typically output, I don't think that'll matter. I could also sub in something like the snow boots or something so she could keep up with the team a little bit better. Because there were a couple times where she was close to not being able to reach with a heal when it was needed. Or, compromise, I give her the pointy hat, she loses 2 intelligence and gains a little bit of physical protection. Sure, we'll go with that. We'll do the compromise move. So that's everybody back to what they're supposed to be. And now that we've had the fight with the Gorgons, I'm going to assume there probably isn't going to be more of them. So it might be a good idea for me to wear the snow boots so I can travel at a more decent pace. I'll take the risk. Because I think there's only one required fight that has Gorgons in it. And I think it was that one. If more of them show up, we will just have to rush them down like we just did these. And it'll probably still not be that big an issue. Ha 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 ha. He says, knowing full well he's lying to himself, but shh, it's okay. We don't need to think that hard about it. Can you use... how much do I bet things like Fiend's Grip are what you want a Lich for? Because they'd be the one able to cast that. Ooh, you can cast this, though, and that's probably more useful to have than Thunder Flare at this point. Because we're, again, on the logic that holy damage will probably be useful. And the only other one that it would probably get equipped on would be our priest, and I don't think she can use it. Nor does she have the spell space or the MP to spare to cast something like that anyway. With the way we've been using her. So we'll go ahead and save. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I don't think there is. I don't think we've opened up any more classes. Because we really don't have that many classes left to get. It's like, I think most of the remaining ones are uniques. It's like, if you look, there's only a handful of empty spaces here, one of which is obviously the Angel Knight. I don't actually know what the other spaces are. Are they actually even spaces that are used? Oh yeah, one of them would be the Dragoon. So what's the missing... What's the missing person? Let's take stock for a second, just because it's gonna bother me otherwise. Soldier. Ninja. Archer. Wizard. Cleric. Knight. Swordmaster. Dragoon, Warlock, Priest, Beast Tamer. Yeah, there's some stuff unaccounted for here. One of these slots is probably a Lich as well, because there are male and female Liches, obviously. So since this slot is Dragoon, almost certainly. That means this is probably Lich and Angel Knight over here. Which just leaves one thing unaccounted for. And I don't know what that would be. Oh well, doesn't matter that much. Point being, all of the classes that are reasonable for us to get, we have. Okay, off to Chargers. I did save, right? I think I saved. Even if I didn't, it's probably okay. So this is where the light has guided me. Lord Batrol, what's in this frozen lake? That's right, I haven't told you, have I? You've come this far, so I'll let you in on the secret. This is where the fallen angel sleeps. The fallen angel? Surely you jest, sir. Well, he hasn't fallen completely. Do you remember those spellcasters? You mean the twins? Yes, they're not really human, nor are they from this world. One day they came to me and told me that a being of great power is sleeping in the northern mountains. It is an angel whose body has been stained black with sin. An angel that fell from heaven and was sealed here by God. His name is Shahar, the archangel who fought for humans during the ogre battle. Ogre battle? On this mountain? I didn't believe it at first, but look at this. This black fragment is a piece of the sacred spear. It's calling out for its rightful owner. Awaken, Ancient One. I am the one who's responded to your plea. Reveal your true form to me. Hi, I'm here to stop you. This is as far as you'll get, Neris Batrol. Why are you here, boy? You think you can stop me? I will do so for certain. What were you thinking, trying to break God's seal? You're so naive. You don't understand at all. The strong exploit the weak. The wealthy exploit the poor. Most of them will never know what it's like to be in the other's shoes. But by rising above my human limitations, anything would be possible. I'll fulfill his wish and gain immeasurable power, because I'm the chosen one. Yeah, sure thing, crazy guy. Immeasurable power? Don't be so arrogant. Have you considered that you're the naive one there, Neris? Thinking that this being will honor its steel when you free it? Is that all you can say? Look, the piece has already started to react. There's no stopping it now. I mean, I could still just stab you in the back right now while you're posing. The knights would probably stop me, but there's no guarantee of that. Why is everything turned orange? I can feel it, the power. Lord Neris, what are you doing? Murdering you. That's what he's doing. Oh, he just ripped that guy's soul out. Huh. Neris, you monster. Silence, don't be hasty. You're next. And then conveniently we're teleported across a field so we can fight properly. Finally my wish will be granted. I'll fulfill my promise to the Archangel and join him at his side. Sure thing, crazy guy. Sure thing. Ooh. You do have a Mushus, which... This is what a lawful dragon would turn into, by the way. Because dragons do upgrade in this game, and we didn't really show that off. Lawful ones turn into Mushus, chaotic ones turn into something else, and neutrals also turn into yet a third option. Ooh, they've got some good gear. Okay. I would not be upset about getting some of this gear that they've got going on here. I know Duke Knights are unrecruitable, so we can't steal them to steal all of their gear, but hopefully they drop some of this. Sacred Helm of Filar, repels darkness. Look at you with all your holy magic stuff when you're helping out the single most evil thing around. Divine Radiance. What does that do again? Delivers massive damage. I see. I have concerns. I have some concerns. And you, I assume, have some kind of crazy special move. Yeah, Hell's Gate and the Bloody Cleaver and the black armor. He's got some fire or protection. The capacity to suddenly Firestorm. Good thing we're not hitting him with any dark magic, because it seems like it'll do a whole lot of nothing. Okay, so I think the plan then is we throw water at the crazy guy, and we try to kill as many of his friends as possible to loot their corpses, because they all have shiny things I would like to have. If this fight gets out of hand, we throw away the idea of stealing their shiny things, and we just obliterate the scary axe-wielding maniac. That seems like about the plan here. Tremble before me. I shall cast you into an abyss of fear and despair. Well, we'll see about that one. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have the spooky evil music from when we went into that one undead town. I feel like that would fit him better. Okay, so how do I want to approach them? I'm kind of surprised they even have a dragon tamer at all on that note. Like, I think she might be the least threatening thing here. I'm not actually that concerned about the Moshus, even though it's a big sack of HP and it's got fire breath and everything that a dragon normally would have. It's probably not going to be that strong. Now, the kicker to this becomes everything we're fighting has like 300 HP, give or take. The good news is we're actually at a comparable level to them. Hey, they're tiny, but welcome to what's really sounding like the end game here. Like, there's gonna probably be like 1 or 2 more fights left and then the game's over. We just watched the idiot in the armor up here kill one of his own men, which really was inconvenient towards his whole process of fighting me. Really probably not his best decision he could have made. Just seems very impractical, all things considered. Just think, he could have had 1 more soldier to fight me with, but no, he slashed his own guy's head off and threw his soul into the sky because, you know, gotta send a message. Which, not gonna lie, respect the message. Message was received, but I'm still gonna laugh at him anyway. I also can't help but feel that this is going to be the point of the game where my archer once again falls off, and I'm going to be sad. But then again, she is shooting at a dragon, which is not usually the greatest of ideas. I probably want her to go chase after the clerics. Because I think the... are those priests or are those clerics? I think those priests, actually. Yeah. Interesting. I shot him with 1 arrow and he decided he didn't want to be here anymore. Huh. You know, I didn't process that that Duke Knight had a bow. Huh. Why do you seek such power? Is it not obvious? Power is everything in this world. Negotiations, treaties, those are all the tools of the powerless. Just look at my brother, William. Because of his incompetence, he was afraid to fight and gave in to Lodis. But as a result, he saved many people's lives. Could you have guaranteed victory if you'd chosen to fight? Power is not a toy. Silence. Lodisians like you would never understand what remains for the powerless. Look at the people of this island. They have no honor. They have lost their former pride. Soon it will all be mine. No one can stop me. Yep, you just keep on going crazier there, buddy. You know, it seems only fitting the guy named Dick is the one who's running around with a bow and being a pain in the ass. Of course he's out here being a dick. How do I want to do this? Because you just took a bunch of damage from Archer McDickbag over there. So that's a problem. I think you go over here. You go over here and we'll do something about that in a moment. You're really not going to do much damage to her either, because I think she is wearing decent armor. And there's also that problem, where trying to shoot over a particular height just doesn't seem to work in this game. Which is consistently upsetting. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Like, this whole situation's gonna get sketchy. Just gonna say that one right now. This is gonna get very sketch very fast. It's either that or I take this very slow, and I'm not that inclined to take my time in this situation right now. Hang on. Hang on. Throwing Ignis Fatus up there would have been fun. That seems less than effective. It would probably be better just to Crag Crush the two of them. Yeah. I would throw it at the one that's already damaged over by everybody else, but the simple fact of the matter is that would risk hitting the others. And I'm not about that right now, as we discussed before. Especially not in a fight like this that's looking like it's gonna be more dangerous. I'm actually going to step one short so I can throw fluid magic backwards here. We'll start by boosting your MP so you can attack properly. And then we'll probably throw a dose of MP towards the... Ooh, actually, no. Neither of them have had their turn yet. I can do an energy transfer with you fair to get Carmen's MP up and running. And then Carmen can just heal the damage. So with the way this is laid out, I might not even need to worry about healing you fair right now. Though there is the concern where you fair gets shot. And that would be upsetting. And while I'm thinking about it, a quick explanation for why... Oh yeah, you can't be healed because you have the Ring of Resistance, right? You'll have to take care of yourself on that. But yeah, the quick answer for why I did not give the Ring of the Dead to you fair, by the way, even though her intelligence is higher than Nikita's, is Yufair is already a unique class, the Shaman. So I would rather have the non-unique class be the one that changes. That's also why Nikita, out of all the casters, is the one standing in the front. So if she dies, the ring will bring her back as a lich and it'll all work itself out. It's also perfectly fitting because she's the one who's died twice before. So, you know, third time's the charm. She raises as a lich instead of a normal human being anymore. Thank you for poking me towards the other enemy so I don't have to move, I guess? But yeah, this archer duel is not working out in our favor that well right now. But it is keeping him from shooting at the casters, which isn't a bad thing. But it does really make me wonder if I should have just replaced Sierra's bow with a melee weapon by this point. Yeah, there is that. You got pushed into a position where you could get hit in the back twice. That could be a problem, actually. But thankfully, they didn't capitalize on that opportunity they had. Wow, all of that with your big scary axe and you did 49 damage, huh? Good for you. Good for you. Mr. I've got a big scary axe that does fuck all. I'm gonna sit here and razz him and I'm gonna get fucking obliterated. I'm going to pay for my sins and I know this. You know what? Just ignore him and harass the healer. These guarding moves they're doing where they're blocking behind them remains upsetting. It's great when I get to do it too, but it's always upsetting when they do it. Decent hit percentage is just low damage on Ignis there. How about Gnome? Better hit percentages and better damage, so go ahead and split it between the three of them. I get the feeling that I'm never actually going to use Ignis Fatuus unless I'm fighting things that are Bane at this point. This hit rate was sad. I didn't really watch it completely, but it looked like it was very sad. Yeah, that... Oof. How much would you do if you warped over and stabbed him in the face? Not a lot, and honestly, not enough. That is the one issue, is that most of these are Duke Knights, so they're really, really tanky and annoying. Like, if you remember in the castle fight, our solution to those guys was just piling on summons on them. And that was the only way we really could kill them. But they're higher level now, so we can't really summon magic them to death as easily. But I'm hoping with only 2 targets, maybe more of this will end up working out. Even though this is lower damage. I don't think that ended up being worth it. Like, it did okay against the dragon, but the dragon's not really the one I'm worried about right now. And of course the Needle of Light's gonna do bugger all. And they still can't be swayed. I might be able to do something cheeky and steal the Dragon Tamer. I don't have the Dragon Gem on me right now, so my odds of stealing the dragon are probably terrible. No, they're better than stealing the Dragon Tamer right now. These two are still an issue. is with where everybody's positioned at the moment, everything's kind of an issue. Because here's the thing, if I break away from fighting them with these two and everyone tries to dogpile these two are almost certainly going to just walk down and wipe their way through my mages. And that's going to be an issue. I've said the word issue a lot, I know, but it is what it is. If you hit him with a Tropos, how much does that do? 90. That seems quite valid and necessary at the moment. This is about the only way we're going to do a real amount of damage to anything here. Hi, random egg on the ground with something in it. What is that? Angel fruit. Restores full HP and MP. Neat. We also found the... Permanently changes the caster into a sword. What? Interesting. I don't think I've got anybody left that I don't care about. Go ahead and stay right there and Crag Crush here. That's probably the best shot you've got at doing real damage to anything at the moment. And I think the play for me right now is going to be walk over to Naris and hope that he's more interested in fighting me than he would be in going and murdering casters, potentially. Because if I go stand here, he's got 3 targets next to him that in theory he should be more interested in fighting. He'll do a decent amount of damage to me, but he's got a decent chance of not hitting me. But I do, like, no damage to him. So maybe I don't move, actually. Maybe I just stand here and bait him. And instead give Nikita more MP. She's gonna need a constant source of MP right now. Because we're gonna need to bring out the heavy duty magic to get us out of this situation at the rate this is going. Carmen, Chameleon. No, that's not how that works. Go ahead and heal Gunther, because he's probably gonna get dunked on by those two at the very least. He might actually get shot, too, depending on whether he keeps going. Okay, their healers are on the move. The idea is by threatening the healers, I think it's forcing them to stay up there rather than coming down and participating yet. Because otherwise they probably would have thrown a healer or two at some of the injured knights. That's fine, actually. Yeah, because you're just gonna get guarded and hit. So that's actually perfect. Oh, yeah, fire breath. Right. That's gonna sting a little. Oh. Never mind. That actually didn't sting nearly as much as I was worried it was going to. It was little baby fire breath. Just tickled me with your baby fire breath for babies. Exactly. Little baby fire breath. Hitting him in the back, you're only doing 25. How did you do so much damage when you countered him? Like, I don't think self-preservation increases... I mean, I guess it does increase it. Maybe it increased it just that much? That he did double damage? But I think he also critically hit him since he knocked him back. I was really hoping for more there. That's fine. We can work this. Because we gnome him once again. I would really rather not keep hitting the dragon with it too and wasting some of the shots, but it's okay. The dragon does need to be dealt with too. It does seem like the lion's share of the rocks are hitting the knight anyway. He still has 2 goddamn much health left, though. I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Okay. I think I'm going to be better served by not doing anything at the second, actually. Hold that thought. I stay here and do nothing at the moment. You still have 180 health left, so you're fine. You continue harassing the healers to keep them from doing their job. Stay there to be a threat to the tamer. Oh no, Thunder, I was gonna do fuck all. Never mind. I was hoping since it would technically be magic, it would do something more. How much damage would you do if you just ran up and rammed that spear into his spinal column? Not much more than if you threw a lightning bolt at him. Understood. You keep dancing with the dragon tamer then. Maybe attract an arrow or two for Sierra. Alright, that's a single target salamander. That should chew through him pretty good. Because as soon as we start knocking any of them down, our whole situation gets better. Because right now our numbers are relatively even. So as soon as they start losing any men, we gain the action economy advantage, and we can start doing more. And having more free reign to do more. I didn't do 20 damage, right? It was only like doing 18, 16, yeah. Okay. What about you? Can you kill him? Warping out from in between those two is probably a good idea anyway. There we go. So that's one down. How much resistance does this dragon have? Nowhere near as much as the other guys. Okay, we might have something here. We really might have something here. Okay, hang on. I have an idea. I have a plan. It's called We Obliterate the Dragon. There can only be one dragon on this battlefield, and unfortunately for you, you aren't it. Exactly, Tiny. He is not buff enough. He is not allowed to stay. You must be at least this buff to be on this battlefield. These guys with armor kind of get a free pass because you can't tell. Just do a regular heal because he's the one that needs it particularly. We need to conserve a little bit of MP. I feel like some bad things are about to happen. The good news is we took 2 of them this turn when I was only really aiming to take 1. Ow. My butt. Yep, now they're gonna start hitting the casters. That's about what I figured. The good news is the really dangerous one didn't move first, so we're actually in a decent spot. Is if that knight did 85, the other one is almost certainly gonna do a lot more. Ooh, you're attacking me with your orbital holy laser. And you missed. Well done. You made a real great crater right next to me, though. Points for that. These guys might need glasses. And can I just say that it's really hilarious what priority these healers have had, trying to blast me with a holy death ray instead of healing their friends? Alright, Nikita is paralyzed. Yeah. Yeah, all of them. Oh, and you don't have cleanse on you right now. God damn it, I forgot I replaced cleanse with resurrection. And this only does petrification. So you're just gonna have to sit there and accept that paralysis for a bit. There's just nothing to be done for you at the moment. You know what? Do something about this. Not quite what I meant for you to do about that, but you know what? That works. Kill. Go, the sword of magic bullshit. Away! Wham! Oh, neat. He got pen and the sword, so he could actually be a warlock. I mean, it's a fairly medieval world. They may not have any good medical practices here. So, it wouldn't surprise me. They all need glasses and can't get them. Because this world doesn't have glasses. There we go. The Holy Death Laser's been dealt with, because I don't think the other one has it. Nope, the other one does not have the Holy Death Laser, so no more Death Lasers. We don't get to see if it actually would hurt if they had actually managed to hit me with it, and I'm fine with this. And of course a statement like that gets clipped, of course. The sword of magic bullshit will be retained. To be fair, how else would you describe a sword that basically one-shots an opponent that everybody else was having trouble hurting? And there we go, he just got obliterated. There we go, we're cleaning up much nicer now. Speaking of cleaning up, let's grab some of these items before anything stupid happens. Fire shield, okay. Because I don't really want to charge at Neris. Oh, there's some Menace Sword. He can only really ray of paralysis to hit more than one person. Before I move and commit to who I'm healing, how far can you move? Not far enough to get around to you, fair. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Is that was going to be the decision between healing you fair and healing Ingflaros. So that she'll have more free reign to fight him in a moment here. Dragon Gem. That was the only thing the dragon had, so that's not a surprise. But yeah, by disposing of their healers, what'll happen is they won't sit there and heal Neris the entire time. Ooh. Good block, okay. I was actually concerned that that might have done 80 damage and killed Eufair there and upset me greatly. Oh yeah, you do have that Hell's Gate move, so I'm very glad I healed her. Huh. So what you're saying is you basically just have Fancy Nightmare. You don't even have anything serious to worry about. You just have Fancy Nightmare. Congratulations. I'm sure your mother is so proud of your ability to scare her people slightly and put them to sleep. You know, this whole immeasurable power thing he was supposed to have going on, not really impressed. He really doesn't seem to have that much going for him at the moment. And all of his friends are dying. Correction, dead or dying. What's in the bag? While I thunder arrow this dick. There we go. Hey, crown. Okay. So Neris. How do you feel about Baron Soul? A good old sword of ice right in your spine. Because you need to cool off. You've been running hot for a little too long. Okay, you go ahead and move over here away from him. Because with the amount of self-damage Alos has been doing, he could use a bit of healing before he blows himself up throwing magic dragons at people. That'd be a disaster. So let's see, Neris' move range. If you just switch places with Nikita, you're safe from Big Angry Man in armor. We're just gonna have to chip him to death. There's nothing we have does a lot of damage to him. Even Alos' bullshit attack doesn't really do that much to him. So we're relying on our only other bit of nonsense, which is summon spam. Which, that'll actually do decent work on him. 62% chance for 14 each hit, and I think it'll hit like 10 times, so that'll be about half his health, if it all works out. Summons are OP, but only against a single target. And when they actually hit, it's still gonna do more than the other spell would have overall, I think, but that was nowhere near as good as it could have been. But go ahead, Neris. Go ahead and hit the one who's going to turn into a lich if you kill them. Go for it. Do it. See how that works out for you. This dick over here, with his fucking healing and his arrows. They chose the right man to name that, because he is just a complete pain in the ass. Ow. Like, can I, like, shove this guy off the cliff? That'd be really funny. Nope. He sadly was not pushed. It would have been very entertaining. He does have things I want, so... I do want him to die. It's a pity he doesn't hurt himself punching that sword like that. You know, hold off on shooting that cleric anymore, since they've just been kind of cowering in that corner anyway. Yeah, everybody's like 24 and 25 except Carmen now, I think. Yeah, Nikita's 23, about to turn 24, so she's in a good spot too. How does this do? Actually has higher odds, so go for it. So I think it's because it's hitting him from the back, but let's see what this spell looks like. I think we saw it used the whole once by Richter before we killed him. Oh yeah, it's the teal carbuncle summoning spell, where it hurls a bunch of angry magic squirrels at them. Yes, that's my description for it. No, I don't intend to change it. I feel like angry magic squirrels is an accurate description. Can you reach him from there? You can, good. Because I don't want her just randomly getting axed. Okay, so he's pretty far along in terms of getting damaged. I assume this is going to turn into... we keep taking turns walking behind the other and attacking them until one of us dies. Which at the current pace, if without help, I would lose. But thankfully, I have help, unlike him. So it's fine. I'm actually kind of hoping by healing that baits him into actually going and attacking our caster and actually turning her into a lich. Also, gotta love the self-preservation on this guy over here. Rather than saving his lord, he goes and heals himself in a corner next to another healer who is also healing him. I guess they really don't want me getting that fancy helmet. Oh, if you put me to sleep too, I'm actually going to be annoyed. Not that I'm doing that much damage, but it'd be just annoying regardless. Alright. You know what? An example needs to be made out of you over here. And it is an example of what happens to people who aggravate me. Yeah, he should be okay for another turn. Because the idea is I'm going to try to force the priest to heal herself instead of healing the other guy. At least that's the idea. So Neris might be dying this turn. Unless I purposely hold off. And I don't think I'm going to. Because as much as I wouldn't mind getting those items and making an example of those two up there, I'd also want this to end sometime today. He might also be dead now. Nope, not quite. He has 22 hit points left. I don't think Eufair can get into a spot where she could throw a spell high enough up, but give it a shot anyway. Nope. Insufficient range. Well, you know what, Neris, old boy? If you live through this hit, you get one more chance. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, hey, he did live through it. He has 2 hit points left. Yay for him. Look at him go, not being dead. One of these times where I'm taunting an enemy, I'm gonna get punished for it, right? I have to. I can't keep getting away with this. This is not the result I was expecting here. With him healing the cleric, and I'm assuming then the priest is gonna heal him. And they just have a little happy healing circle. Or the priest does nothing. Okay, you know what? I definitely didn't expect any of those results. Yep, the anticipated ray of paralysis. That's fine. Oh no. Poor Floros, she's asleep and paralyzed now. And Eufair instantly recovered. Great paralysis, everybody. Did so much. Best spell ever. Tiny, please. I can relate, but please. Can you reach to get behind him? You can't. Okay. I was gonna go behind him in a Tropos, but looks like that's not gonna be the option here. 39 from Osric's Spear, or 26 from Thundercrow. I think we're still not quite gonna be able to kill him either. He's got 105 hit points left. This guy is such a nuisance. You either crit or a high roll here. What do you know? We got a high roll, but not enough of one. He still hasn't managed to punch him. He's got 7 hit points left. At this point, Eufair, I don't even care if you hit a friend with this. End him. Okay. Die. Enough of your shit. If Duke Knights were recruitable, I would absolutely have hired him because of how well he survived all of that. But no, fuck that guy in particular. And now this fight's over. The priest gets to live to tell the story. Is this where it'll end? I've not yet achieved anything. Yeah, it's almost like you were stupid about how you went about this. A fitting end for a man consumed by his ambition. You sought a power that no man was meant to wield. Level up. Meanwhile, I continue to get more power. Aha! It's totally okay when I do it. Hey, we got the fancy hat. Perfect. I got everything I wanted except some of the brigandine armor. I would have liked that too. Thank you for the follow, sweetie Miki. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know. I'm surprised you didn't notice it till now, because the currency's been goth the entire time. I can feel its power. Long coldness. If I'm allowed to use that, I'm probably going to hand that off to one of our spearmen. I want you all to be prepared for what is to come. It will probably be more than you can fathom. Glad to hear it. And yeah, it's a good series. This is the only one I really played a lot and still never finished even then. So it's good to be wrapping this one up as well. There's no way of knowing what dangers we may face, and I can't guarantee that we'll return alive, but... Yeah, you know, there was a bit of idea exchange back and forth a few times. Just a few times. I can sense it. There's someone waiting for us. He and the sacred spear are calling for each other. Let's go, everyone. Because this totally isn't a terrible idea at all. Running straight into his little house over here. Now, is long coldness actually a weapon we get to use? It is. It can pierce the skin of the sacred demon. Well, that just seems convenient. Here you go. Have fun with the magic spear. You know, just hand that off to a random soldier. Like, here, have the most powerful spear known to mankind right now. I'm sure nothing bad will happen from giving you that. What else did we get? Oh yeah, the helmet. I'm already wearing the goblin helm. I already just gave you something. How about you get the fancy hat? Depending on what the fancy hat does. Repels darkness. Yeah, that seems like something you're gonna want to have. You don't have that much else that'll protect you other than the sacred ring. Which doesn't do anything unless you actively use it anyway. Which is why he has it. For reference sake to everybody who might have not caught that. So he has an on-call heal if he's out of range of our healer. Since he tends to range out the farthest of everybody. Though not as much anymore now that these two can teleport. That whole thing got a little wacky. He can become a warlock now, but we already have a warlock in the form of the main character, so he may as well stay a swordmaster. I wanted him to become a dragoon, but we didn't find enough dragons for him to reach that. So I think that's all the bookkeeping we need to do before what might be the final battle. I would be surprised if it isn't. So 24 is a lower level than I expected to be reaching the end of the game at. Though this was rated as a, like, 18-hour game, I think? And we went longer than that, so... Time for plot. I had no idea there was a place like this deep within the ice. These ancient ruins were created by God for confinement. Drac, we can't turn back from here. Are you ready? Yes, let's get moving. The spear has been reacting to this place. I'm sure the time will come for its need. Oh, we're actually going somewhere again. So this is gonna be another area kind of like the castle then, I guess, where there's gonna be a multi-stage encounter here. Well, it's not like we got anything to go back for. We have plenty of mana items, a decent amount of healing items, and everybody's as equipped as they're gonna get unless I want to go do a bunch of quest mode. And we saved, so let's see how this goes. If we lose, I'll go into quest mode and make us stronger. But at the rate this has been going, I don't anticipate losing. Drac, help me. Why didn't you believe me? Be gone. I won't let you confuse me anymore. You are not Richter. Why do you deceive me? Drac, what's wrong? There's no one there. What are you saying, Eleanor? Look, right there. Spooky ghost. Oh, yeah, really spooky ghost, actually. Good trick. Look, Drac, the bridge. That means we no longer have the option to retreat. Well, that's alright with me. In your eyes, I am what you wish to see. Welcome to my palace. I am Shahar, lord of this realm. You've turned into a lich by the look of you. Shahar? You're Shahar? Liar! The angel Shahar fell into a sleep before losing his beautiful appearance. I mean, that definitely looks like the case right here. You are very knowledgeable, lady. That's correct. This form is only temporary. I still require more strength to break free from the seal. Sorrow, jealousy, these dismal emotions give me strength. Go ahead, fight with your comrade once more. I won't be deceived by your illusions any longer. Well, that's not creepy at all. Neat trick, though. He's so lively, but it will make no difference. Mikhail, guide their souls into darkness. Spooky music. One demon. One undead knight. Two undead knights. Ghost. Another ghost. Yeah, you got anything impressive in there? Because I haven't seen it yet. Undead wizard. Dragon zombie. Good for you. Yeah, this really isn't much of anything so far, Shahar. You're gonna have to try harder than that. Let's see. Anything cool? You got plate armor and snow boots. Same with you. The same staff that the other guy had, who got away, who may very well actually be this lich that's here, actually. Maybe this is their true form. Because we haven't seen the twins show back up. Okay. And there's the Philosopher's Stone as well. You just have ice fields, so you're not really a big issue either. Like, they're gonna be an issue, but not a big issue. I feel like I'm getting softballed here at the start here. This seems easier than most of the fights we've had. I gotta watch out for this, though. He's got the Necklace of Resist, so magic's not gonna work on him at all. That's what's been keeping our archer such a good mage hunter this entire time. Okay, so out of view mode. Eleanor, you are not coming to the party here. Goodbye. You stay back there. I'm glad they don't force you to bring plot characters into these fights, so that you can actually have a fully custom team instead of having to have part custom team, part random garbage they decided by plot to force down your throat. I'll reward you for your bravery with eternal agony. I mean, you're really not offering me anything that we haven't already had. If you got anything else in your bag of tricks, maybe something more appealing. I feel like he's a bad negotiator. I'm glad this area at least has unique music so far. If it was just gonna play the same battle theme again, I was gonna be very upset. I mean, sure, it's a Game Boy Advance game, so there's only so much room. But I feel like this game could have done with a couple more bits of music. I think that's like my one actual complaint with this game so far, is there's not enough music. You spend a lot of time hearing the same battle theme. That's not to say that multiple games of this type aren't guilty of that. to begin with, but it would have been nice. If this really is the end, though, there is going to be a few things I haven't shown off. Like that Snapdragon spell we found to turn somebody into a sword. We won't have ended up showing off a Lich on our team, though you get to see one here. You saw an Angel Knight on the other team as well, so you didn't miss seeing one at all, but you won't get to see one on our side. Depending on how I feel by the time we're done with this area, we may or may not do anything with quest mode. His quest mode is just basically exhibition maps, more or less. There are maps with special circumstances that you can set yourself a timer for. But they cost money to go into. Which is why I didn't end up doing all of them to grind up better gear, because there wasn't enough money, and I wasn't going to sit there and grind money in order to try out those maps ahead of time. This is also a game where you can actually play against your friends as well, if you so choose. Obviously, that's not something I will be doing. That is a thing that exists. Debatably existed might be more accurate, but there are ways to still manage to do it. And I don't mean going into training and having two teams on the same file. There is actually a versus mode. Which I feel like that's fairly unique as well. I don't recall seeing that much. I might just be out of the loop on that one. But I feel like not too many games of this type had a versus mode until more recently. And even then, still not that many. Yeah, okay, I didn't step into range. I didn't think I did, but it's always one of those things. It's like, did I measure wrong? I might have measured wrong. Would it matter? Maybe. Yeah, I think we're just gonna all-in charge over here. Because if I send Alos up this side, all he's gonna end up confronting is one knight and one ghost, and that really just probably isn't worth his time. But if he just warps across like this, he's within range for the demon to come after him, and hopefully that is exactly what'll happen, and the demon will get his ass kicked. And remember, kids, teleportation is bullshit. Just like the sword. Yep, you whack him with a hammer, get blocked, and get dunked on. As expected. Yeah, you know, important life lessons. Teleportation is bullshit. This is why having a sword master is a wonderful thing. Especially one that now has increased counterattack. He's just a counter machine. Walk him into the middle of the enemy and watch him take them apart without even having his turn come up. I made a choice by walking over here. And that choice was to not participate in half of what's happening, apparently. I'm also spending all my MP using fluid magic, so I don't even get to use Molten Blade, but that's okay. It's more important that all the casters have spare MP to use to cast everything. Because for everyone that hasn't been here for this series so far, your casters and every character otherwise doesn't start with their MP full. They generate it over time. So you either have to wait or do things like this that go around those time limitations. Which I still say is a good thing because of the fact that it means magic doesn't immediately dominate the battlefield like it does in a lot of these games. But thanks to workarounds like that, it still ends up being quite effective. It just means you can't roll up with a team of nothing but casters and guarantee success like you can in some games. It's like, oh yeah, oops, all wizards. World gets exploded. Guess it wasn't a problem. That softened him up decently. Can you just spear both of them for me? Oh, wow. As expected. Oh, wait. Holy and break. Ooh. Ooh, it has a chance to break, huh? Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't frivolously use that. Ah. Hold that thought. That might be a problem. If that's necessary for piercing the sacred demon as it says on it, and I end up breaking it stupidly, that could be a really big problem. The fact that it's breakable makes me assume that it's not required, but it makes me very nervous to use it. And since things are going well right now, we're just gonna hold off on using it for the moment. And she's just gonna use her magic instead. And for the second. Not on Aegis, because Aegis has the Necklace of Resist. Just go ahead and casually drop some rocks on their heads. I know they'll resist it a decent amount, but it's still better than stabbing with the spear and having it snap in half, potentially, and upsetting me. This just means I might actually take Lung Coldness off of her until we get to the final room. Problem with that is I don't actually know which one would be the final room, but I'm sure it'll be heralded, so it probably won't be a problem. Because remember, you can still organize and change equipment as you're placing your units on the field. So it shouldn't be too big an issue. Is what my gut instinct is telling me when something specifically says it's required to pierce the sacred demon's hide is that it probably has like a crazy resistance to everything, but once you break through it with that, you might be able to do more damage to it or something. Yeah, you know, go ahead and take his brains. He's not using them anyway. He understands stab. He doesn't need his brains. Now, my health is slightly more annoying to take. I would appreciate it if you didn't take that. I guess it's a good thing that he didn't do that the other way around. Where he took away my MP and Alos's health. This is gonna poison, isn't it? Or it's just going to mildly inconvenience me. Okay, that was great. What did I just say about stealing my health? I feel like we just had this conversation with one of your minions. And you think you're above that rule just because you're a pile of bones that learn to walk around. This fucking guy. Thinking he's above it all just because he's got a fancy robe and he learned to walk and talk after he died. Joke's on him, he's gonna be back to being dead before he knows it. Yeah, what do you know? The undead, as it turns out, are very flammable. Blah. 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 It's a hell of a thing that so many of these summons are just throwing their kids at them. Go forth, fire babies. Get them. I mean, I suppose. But I can't help but feel that it's an entirely different process to make a pile of bones talk. I wonder if it'd be closer to ventriloquism, or if it would just be a matter of... It's all hand-waved by magic. It's probably all hand-waved by magic. But I suppose it also kind of falls under the same weird situation of the concept of possessing your own corpse when you're dead. 'Cause that's a whole weird situation, too. I'm not even really sure how that would work entirely. Because, like, I have to imagine there'd be some amount of weird separation there. Is despite the fact that you would obviously be well familiar with your own body, you wouldn't be connected to it in the same way you were before you died. Just purely by virtue of the disconnect that would happen when your soul left your body in the first place. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So I can't really think of too many times where this is a thing that's come up. Like, I find myself hard-pressed to think of, like, more than one instance where even the concept of somebody possessing their own dead body came up. Why are you casting this in melee range? I know I still can't counter you anyway, but, like, why? Why is this a choice you've made? You could have done this from any other angle, but you've chosen to stand next to him and do that. Is like, on the one hand, you would almost assume that the standard rules for possession applies even when you're possessing your own body. But if you think about it, it's an uninhabited body, so you wouldn't have another spirit to fight with or control in there. It would just be an empty shell, logically. And yeah, I guess it was a move to flex on me, which is really not going to work out for him at all. Like, he's about to understand many things he didn't a minute ago. Specifically, he's gonna understand one real loud word, atropos. Maybe. That is also an option. There's a lot of fiddle in the whole possessing one's own corpse situation. He just falls down, just pit. So, fun fact, Mr. Bone Boy over here, you can't outrun somebody that flies. Just poke him in his empty skull. Note the fact that we're doing very little damage to him, though. Note the 400 of both resistances. Yeah. He's got stupid stats to begin with, but liches are also very durable in this game. Which I guess, since they can't really fit in the concept of a phylactery anywhere, they'd have to do something like that to accommodate the fact that liches are generally pretty hard to get rid of. I guess they actually could have made a phylactery be a concept in a game like this. It would just have to be an item on the map. They couldn't hide it off the map somewhere. It'd still be kind of weird, though. Balancing that might be really fucky. See, I can't throw any magic at him because he's immune. You're already dead. You're too far away. So yeah, I may as well just salamander just you and hope for the best. I should have put it behind him to raise the odds, but I can't be bothered. It's a singular ghost. He is not really a threat. He is more of a nuisance, much like the imps were before. So apparently, this is a very unlucky ghost. Because none of these have missed, so not a single one of those missed. Yeah. You fall down now. Goodbye. Unlucky in life and apparently really unlucky in death. That was just unfortunate all around. Yeah, you know, skill issue. Yeah, you're right. You're right. If he wasn't a floating robe, he probably wouldn't be so flammable. Power down. Congratulations, you lowered the attack power of the only one on the team who will never attack anything. Congratulations. I You know, I'm just following the dragon zombie around with a holy sword, just eventually poking it to death. Goddamn giant bag of HP wandering around. I also once again forgot to grab the spell that would let me get rid of the undead that are all over the place before they get back up. That just goes to show just how concerned about that I am. Because let's be real, they get back up, we just put them back down again. It's not really a problem. It's a nuisance, but it's not really a problem. Though with how durable he is, we're gonna have to put him down a couple times probably. He will die eventually. Again. I have to add the again, because to be a lich, he had to have died at some point. Or at the very least, his original human body is definitely dead. If he really proves to be a nuisance, I might risk stabbing him with the Sacred Spear just to see if that amount of holy damage makes enough of a difference to get rid of him. But as it stands, we're outpacing his ability to drain life, so he'll go down before too long. Well, mild amendment to that. It's already been too long with how many times we've hit him, but you get the idea. He has outstayed his welcome by virtue of being annoyingly durable, while not presenting any threat to speak of. And I can't even say I've done anything really special with this team. It's just a balanced team. The only crazy thing I've been doing is the fact that I've been giving everybody MP using fluid magic, and that would even be done quite easily just using items. So I can't even say that that's out of line, and that's what's making this go so smoothly. I think this is just a fairly easy tactics game on the whole. Because I can't even say that the items I got from quest mode made that big a difference. They have slightly increased our durability. Because I didn't even get any weapons out of quest mode. We got 2 pieces of armor and the flame bow that was a 2-point increase for our archer. I really feel like that wasn't a huge thing. And it wasn't even an experience advantage because we gained most of today's experience from the side mission we did where all those enemies were 5 levels higher than us. Like, could this be done in a way that would make it difficult? Absolutely. Could I have played this faster and more loose than I already am? Also absolutely. Like, I'm still anticipating the final fight's probably going to take a bit of doing. Like, I'd be very shocked if the final fight goes as easily as this did. But I also feel like they could have added a few more enemies to this fight, and it wouldn't have been a problem. You have actually run out of MP. That just goes to show how long this guy's been sticking around for, is that she's managed to use all the MP she was given. He's not gonna live through the next turn, though. Unless some of his friends get up. Oh, right. He can heal himself, because everybody can. Good for you. Yes, YouTube, I know. People are doing things. Did you know that he healed himself for 100 and is wasting another full turn? Because I know that. Another Urn of Chaos. You know what? How much does Thunder Arrow do to you? Half the damage. Good to know. Stabbity death it is, then. Like, I have to assume that they intended him to be a much bigger threat by virtue of how crazy they cranked his stats to be. But his AI is where he goes wrong. Is all he's been doing is using, like, Enfeeble and Brain Sap. Which, he has Fiend's Grip. Fiend's Grip is actually a legitimate threat of a spell when you have 254 intelligence. But he has not used it a single time in this entire fight. I'm willing to bet that if he used it, we would actually be in trouble right now. Considering our previous opponent that had, what, like, just around 200 intelligence, was doing 50s and 60s with Fiend's Grip. And not to mention the fact that this guy is a matching element for Fiend's Grip on top of his higher intelligence. I would be surprised if he didn't do like 80s and 90s at a minimum with Fiend's Grip to us. But his AI has chosen to use drain spells that have been doing nothing for him this entire time. Like, this is a perfect example of a game where I actually kind of would love to see somebody make a hack for this, like people have for a couple things, where somebody else could control all of these plot encounters. And I feel like they would all play out radically differently than they do under the control of the AI, because an actual player would use the tools at hand instead of wasting them. Though I suspect if I was up against an actual player, they would have also conceded by this point instead of wasting everyone's time running away and healing with one character who has no hope of success. Like, all this is going to do is just take time. Which, if that's their goal for victory, considering, you know, they're a lich, they would outlive us all, I guess that's a strategy. Just outlive the entire species you're fighting, and then you can't lose. Yeah. Which, to be fair, the minions returning are a bit of an RNG thing, so it might be that I absolutely just got lucky on that score. Like, I could just be incredibly lucky as far as none of these having gotten up this entire fight. Like, the two things I would have suggested to scale this encounter up would be he gets a few more minions, because that would still absolutely be fair, given the quality of minions he has. And if he actually used his powers appropriately instead of using the weakest things out of the three he has. Lord Shahar. Poof. Like, it's not often that I have to sit here and go, what would make this encounter harder, instead of being annoyed and saying, okay, this needs to make the encounter easier. Lord God, please tell me, why do you love humans? Because they were made in your image? You know, vanity is a thing. I know, are you okay? Yes, I was just feeling dizzy. Do you hear that too? That voice, it echoed deep within my mind. Was that the fallen angel? I believe so. I mean, I would assume we'd start hearing him, since we've heard him in our heads before and we're, like, right next to his house now. We should split up from here. One group will head for the garden, and the other will take the central stairs that lead to the tower. Well, what do you think? The light from that sacred spear is pointing upward. The fallen angel must be sealed in the top of the tower. I'm afraid I have some bad news. White and black winged creatures have been sighted up there. Fighting at such heights, they'll have the advantage. We'll have to make sure that we watch our footing. Anyway, let's divide up the troops and head towards the top while investigating along the way. Let's be careful how we split our forces. We'll have one group wait here. You organize the troops. We'll leave as soon as you're done. Here we go again with this mechanic where I have to split my forces. I should have ground up the auxiliaries to account for this potentially coming up again. If this turns into a problem, that's going to be on my own head. Drac, it's so cold here. Please, don't leave me alone. What's wrong? I'm always watching over you. You're the leader here. I'm not afraid of fighting, but I'm scared of not having you by my side. When you divide up the troops, please don't separate us. You heard his voice too, right? Maybe it wasn't a voice. It's more like a feeling. Feeling of being alone, like this cold air around me. Does that make any sense? Whatever it was, you don't need to worry. I'll be with you and we'll leave here together. Why do I have this feeling there's a lot of foreshadowing happening here of something very bad about to happen to her? Like she might be the conduit for Shahar to reappear. Okay. On the bright side, it sounds like it's just going to be these two fights and then the tower itself where Shahar is. And I can't organize on this screen, and I can't leave. Okay. Well, it really doesn't matter which one we attack first, really. And we're just gonna have to do the same thing I did for the castle, which is split my forces and then hope for the best. Okay. So... oh yeah, this is the Vritra. The Chaos upgrade for dragons. They've got 2 sword masters, a daemon with some kind of spiky hammer, a dark angel, 2 gorgons. I mean, it's only 7 enemies. And it's nothing ridiculous like the Duke Knights or anything. These guys actually have reasonable defenses. Their agility is kind of high, so they're going to be a little hard to hit and actually have the hit land. The Gorgons are going to be an issue. I am most likely going to send specifically the people I can protect from petrification on this side for the most part, and send the rest the other way. Because that makes more sense. This does, however, mean I need to do a quick organize again. For example, I need my borrowed pearl necklace back. Because without that, I'll just get petrified and we lose, and that's awful. So Flaros and Gunther are gonna go with the other team. Which means I take Alos with me here, which might not be the best of ideas. But it's the idea I've got. Yeah, that's also a two-handed weapon. Here, do the smart thing. Do the smart thing. I can't do the smart thing that way. I need to take that off first. The idea is put the shield on first, and then it should only allow me to put on one-handed weapons. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, here's a great idea. Double shield. Yeah, but we don't do that. That's probably a very bad idea. So let's see. I could go with the Fafnir, but there's only the one dragon, so it's not really that valuable. Some Manus is a wind sword. Fire Drake sword is the same thing but fire. And I feel like fire might be a little more effective here. I had originally grabbed the Some Mana sword for him because I, for some reason, thought it was a holy sword. But I think the fire sword will serve him better. Oh yeah, let me take this off of you for the moment until we get to the tower's peak. I might just be worrying over nothing on that one, and I am genuinely expecting I am. But that's the good old just in case. Let's not do something stupid. Sandstorm bow. Is that stronger than the fire bow? It is not. Okay, you keep on keeping on with the flame bow then. And you will be on team 2. It'll be these 3 on team 2 guaranteed so far. We'll do the same thing we did last time and split the casters. And give you the Earth Shield just like last time, since you're going on this team. So it's these 3. With those 3 going, I think it's safe to send Mary with them. I don't think having a slightly weaker healer is going to be a big issue. So we'll give Mary a shield as well if I can. Which I can, because I have that. Do I have a spare wand? Could give you the sugar cane. Nah, because none of those will raise intelligence, and that's the whole point to her wielding anything, is so that her intelligence is as high as possible. Go ahead and take the spare amulet. This way, at least her intelligence is over 100. They're like so underleveled, though. They're gonna have a hard time. Eleanor. You are a ninja right now. You are also like turbo underleveled ninja. We do have the Saint Shield laying around at the moment. So I think what's gonna happen is you get a weapon that will fit alongside the shield, such as Some Manus. You get the Saint Shield to protect you from being petrified. And then we'll sort her out with some armor so she might actually live. That's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It'll have to do. Okay, so that's these 4, and then that, so that's 5. God, this is gonna be ugly. One of the teams can also bring Sybil with them, but I'll probably send Sybil with team 2. since we brought Nikita on this team. As good a caster as Yufair is, she tends not to perform as well as Nikita. Which is wild to me because Yufair's intelligence is higher. At least it was when I looked before. Yeah, 233. Yeah, there's actually a fairly significant difference there. We can bring Ivana potentially on this team? No. No, Ivana might be better to bring on the other team. Well, the other team will have Carmen. Yeah, I think actually bringing Ivana on this team makes more sense then, so that there's a backup healer in case Mary gets obliterated. Which is entirely possible. I think I caught that sneeze in time. I might not have. Take the Boreas. The big problem for Ivana is gonna be she's not gonna have anything to protect her from being petrified. Does Mary have cleanse? She does. Okay. God damn it. I keep tapping the button too quickly. Yeah, I don't have anything else to give you in place of lightning bow. So that's going to be the only potential issue, is she will be down to single target healing, which is why bringing Ivana on this team is going to make more sense. And be probably more necessary. Because it's either that or people start having to heal themselves with items. We can do the thing we did last time of bringing a dragon on both teams to absorb damage. Elric's gained a couple levels, so might take him on the current team. The problem with Elric is he's just not as good. Like, Fenrir can get some work done at this point, but it's really not anything to write home about. Yeah, you know what, here, have the candy cane, because that's how effective I think you'll be. You can walk around and be the comic relief with the candy cane. He's the sucker with a sucker. Got nothing but bad feelings about some of this plan here. Okay, let's take stock and put people on the board for a second. So, it's Alos and I. Nikita. Eleanor. Ivana. Mary. And then the last one would be, well, the last two would be Nyx and Elric. Elric being the most likely to get petrified out of everybody, probably. There's a real major level disparity here, which is probably going to make a lot of them not accomplish much. The other option is I just don't bring the extra bodies at all. Like, if I just fight with less bodies. The problem with having less bodies is even these lower level characters have a decent amount of health to split the damage among them. I just need to be more careful with them so they don't get obliterated. Welcome to our Lord Saher's realm. We have been waiting for you. Your life will be sacrificed in his honor. Such a polite and well-spoken demon. Yeah, pretty much half the reason why Elric's on this group at all is the fact that I wanted a second caster on this team. And I think I might have miscalculated my casters a little bit. This team lineup basically comes down to it has 2 healers, 4 people for the front line, technically 3.5. I'm not so sure how well Eleanor will handle being up front, but she really doesn't have any other purpose. Ivana and Mary both are healing, so Ivana can step to the front if absolutely necessary. Oh, there's another angel up there, too. I didn't even notice that one. So it's actually 8 of them. So it's 8 on 8. Wow. Again, the percentages may come into play. Like, it's definitely gonna end up having to be a hard carry situation. It's like, we've got 3 very powerful characters here, and then everybody else is kind of just along for the ride. On the bright side, a lot of them are also not super dangerous. Like, I would love to do something about those Gorgons, like, immediately. To prevent petrification issues. But I don't see that being particularly viable this time. By virtue of the fact that the only one who could really get at them would be Alos. And I kind of need him here stabilizing the front. Primarily stabilizing the front by taking away pressure points from the front. Like, anything that starts really putting pressure on people needs to be knocked away by his ridiculous damage. Yeah, Elric's secondary purpose is probably going to be just feeding items to Nikita. Do I have a stronger MP item? I do. This is excessive, but I don't have the in-between option on hand. Otherwise I'd use that. But the idea is so that she has Gnome on command and things like that. Okay, low chance, but high damage. Yeah, use that to chew down through the health of that thing. Oh my god. Thank you. I was like, please don't miss every single one of them at a 70% chance. The misses were a bit front-loaded there, but it did start to balance out to a more appropriate amount. Go ahead and heal Alos since he hurt himself a lot. Now, if we could actually eliminate this Swordmaster immediately, I would be overjoyed. There's a chance. It's not a very high chance, but there's a chance. What are your odds of recruiting him, just as a joke? 4%. That's about what I figured. I think the level disparity makes the recruitment worse. You know what? Fuck it. She did it. This is what happens when you wing those really wacky odds sometimes, is it just works out. Is that was a sub 40% chance for her to succeed there, but I let it work and it worked. You gotta let them cook sometimes. Ow, that's a needle of light. That stings. Relatively strong, yeah. We've had another point where we had to split our forces, so the team is not doing the best, but I am holding together. Ow. Like, these are definitely gonna be the sketchiest fights we're gonna have for the rest of the game, considering, in theory, after we get past this split, this will be the final fight. Okay, that's fine. Go attack Alos. Really scared of those Gorgons. Not just because of the archery. The archery's an issue too. Though Mary has been batting arrows out of the way like a champ. Okay, how do I want to handle this? Like, I honestly am enjoying the amount more thought I'm having to put into these fights. Even if it is really concerning at the same time. Okay. Will the odds with Gnome be much better? No, it's pretty much the same. The damage is higher with the Holy Spell, though, because they're both Banes. So we'll go ahead and try it with that. Death by Sparkle Sparkle. I was gonna say, are they all gonna hit the one that's on the left there? Because that would actually be pretty funny. And I would not say no to that, because it would shred its health. Okay. So we've got a full health Swordmaster in here, too, that I need to keep in mind. Like, this is where it's... This is the part where it's going to be the most dicey out of this entire fight, is when we've got this mix-up going on down here. I have been hydrating, but I will stretch. Since you have asked for it. I've been taking a drink between, like, every turn, almost. Because with the amount of reading I've been doing, I would not get through it otherwise. Probably should save my attacks for the angels, because they'll be weak to my sword. The biggest problem is I need Alos in too many places at once. How much damage will you do to this? 89. Okay. Nikita already did everything she can. I don't really want you going over there and getting countered by him. How much will you do? 18. That's about as bad as I expected that to be. Okay. 16. 16. 18. Yikes. 21. Okay, you hit it. You hit the blackjack there. Hit him. At least they're rapidly leveling to catch up to the problems we're having, but boy, is it not gonna be fast enough. Get him, little buddy. Kaboom! Do you have enough SP to... You do have enough to Thunder Breath him. Come on, stun. Damn it. That stun would have been very pivotal to this entire exchange. Okay. Rather than you tangling with the dragon, much as I want you to become a dragoon and somehow by the end of this, I need you to Atropos this man. And this will do a lot more damage to him than it does to the dragon. This does put Alos in a bit of a bind, depending on how the turn plays out, but it'll be okay. Ivana, you stay there and jam up the works and heal Alos. That should get him out of the danger zone. The big problem I see right now is unless they really split their attacks in a very shocking way, this next turn's guaranteed to have a casualty. Like, somebody's almost guaranteed to die here. The good news is we can just bring them back, because we still have sufficient resources to do so. Obviously, I would prefer not to have to revive anybody, but that may just be what's gonna have to happen. Is everybody's in decent health, so as long as nobody gets focused, they'll live. But the odds of the AI continuing not to focus anybody down seems highly unlikely. And I'm not actually going to do enough damage with anything I do at this exact moment for me to feel like it makes a huge difference right now. So I'm instead going to work on buffing the weaker people we have here in the hopes that they will actually accomplish something. I was debating just buffing Alos like I usually do, but I feel like buffing some of the lower ones will make their attacks more meaningful. And by staying here, I keep these two from getting as pounded on, hopefully. Now, if you back up a bit, hopefully the Gorgons will stop shooting at you for a second. You go ahead and heal Nyx. Because now nobody's within one turn range unless a lot of things happen to them at once. Interesting. Ah, you have Fiend's Grip, right? That is the one problem with the positioning I chose here. We'll see how much damage this does. A lot. Okay. That could change my entire calculation, actually. That could be a very big problem. Yep. Well, they might have chosen Eleanor to die here. Wait. They're splitting their attention. That's okay. That's okay. She's got a ring of reviving, or whatever the name of that ring was. The one that'll turn her into a lich. Interesting. We damaged him enough that he panic healed, like this game is so prone to doing. Okay. He was the thing I was really worried about in that whole exchange, because he had enough movement to really just end up most anywhere. So that could have been a very big swing. I don't know how much damage your Crag Crush is going to do. I feel like that's not going to be a huge issue. Okay, that stings a bit, actually. Nope, she's alive. And... oh, that fire breath reaches her, though. I don't think she's living through that one, unless it doesn't do much damage. Yep, she caught a lot of strays. It's okay, we'll bring her back. Well, so much for the deathless streak, though. We managed to keep everybody alive after session 1, basically. I think session 1 was the only time people died until now. There might have been one death in session 2. It's a little bit blurry in my mind between sessions 1 and 2. But this is definitely where all of our sticking points are going to be. And this is also exactly why I was worried about having Eleanor be up at the front. She dies and guilt trips us as she falls over. There isn't a position where I can throw Ignis Fatuus without catching the demon too. Who's gonna resist it decently well. And I say there's no position to throw that without catching the demon, because it would either be catch the demon or catch one of our own people, which wouldn't help anything either. I also need to remember that that Swordmaster's back there. Nyx, you go over there and protect the back. Hopefully he's more interested in attacking you. You go over here and do your due diligence as the item bitch of the team right now. And bring Eleanor back. Because till he gets more of his MP back, he doesn't really have any other purpose in life. Oh hey, she got the Archangel Feather. Convenient. Also, can I just say how upsetting it is that Eleanor's the one I buffed with Molten Blade, and then the game murked her? Just absolutely devastated her. Like, I can't say I'm surprised by that exchange, but I can say that I'm upset about it. Now, the big problems I have here right now. Aside from the Swordmaster, who I can't really get at to do anything about, is you two. There's also the concern of the fact that I am also at reasonably low health. And I'm taking very stupid risks right now. No, don't stand there because they're gonna cast a spell that'll hit a lot of you instead. This might actually be our first proper loss. Because I'm just losing control of this fight right now. I didn't bring a sturdy enough set of people here, I think. What I probably needed to do was switch one more of the stronger fighters over to this side. To be fair, I definitely underestimated what I'm fighting here. Because I wasn't sure how dangerous those angels were going to be this time. They're gonna kill Ivana. Oh no, they're taking the time to heal the dragon. Okay. That works in my favor somewhat, except the dragon's gonna be a problem to kill. Okay, good. He took the bait. If he went for Mary there, we were gonna have a really big problem. Kind of like that, yeah. Exactly like that, in fact. Except he went for Elric, who I don't care about? Huh. Okay. That was a choice. Yep, here comes the infinite range fuckery. Oh, that is multi-target, huh? Oh, well, that could have been really bad. Like, worse than things already have been bad. Yeah, sure, take my MP. I'm not using it right now. I have bigger problems. And this just means you're not attacking me, so that's perfect. Yeah, go ahead and hit her. That's okay. God, the stupid lengths I'm having to go dividing damage right now just to make sure we don't get fucked right now. How much damage are you gonna do to him? Not enough. Hold that thought. You lived with 9 hit points, huh? Okay. Okay. See if you stun him. Nope. Okay. So he's gonna need to be killed then. Because otherwise he's gonna run amok and be a problem. So let's get him off the board. I know this puts Alos in a bad spot somewhat, but just bear with me. Oh yeah, we also forgot to check what Blood Rain was. Warded for killing 25 foes, makes enemies scared when he's nearby. That can help make enemies miss more often and things like that, so that's not a bad thing to have proc, but not really changing our current situation that much, really. It's important to remember that we have 2 other revives left in the tank right now. Okay, we can get a solo Ignis Fatus on him. It's got a 50-50 chance of landing each one, more or less. But they do decent damage when they do land. This might actually be okay. I probably should have compared it to the gnome spell. See if gnome had better odds. That's doing some good work, though. That's getting some good work done. I don't know if it's enough. It isn't. Okay. But he's down to 13. I have concerns about everything I'm doing here. You don't do enough damage because you suck. You probably could golem him. Even that's only got like a 47% chance. I'd be better off sending that after a different target. This is at least guaranteed, more or less. It's not absolutely guaranteed, but it's more guaranteed. This got off to a good start. It just has taken a real bad turn since then. We could risk Eleanor getting killed again. She's already died once now. She's probably over the idea of dying. Or, you know, she's just gonna botch a 95%. Thanks, Eleanor. Thanks for not helping at all. Why did I bring her again? Alright, because I had no other fucking bodies to spare. Yeah, there's blood rain for me as well, no? Okay, so the idea is Ivana backs up. Not to there, though, because that's magic bait right there. I'm not worried about Nikita getting killed right now. But I can only afford 2 people dying. And I can't particularly afford me dying, but unless they focus me, I think I'm okay. I still have 2 heals available as well. The one I'm debating right now, and then one other. I feel like the AI is going to try to kill Eleanor again. I'm going to try to predict what the AI is going to do on that move. So we'll give her almost 200 health. She still could die. If they hard commit there, she will still die. And at that point, there's just nothing that could be done. And I'm going to give Alos more room to Atropos. I know Nikita's standing there with 9 hit points. But I'm banking on the ring working the way I think it does. And if it doesn't, we still have the spare resurrection available for her. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of with where I stood. These people don't have enough movement to make up for their ranges to be able to dance around all of the attacks right now. So we might actually be losing Nyx this turn. Depends on if anything follows up on that or not. Okay, Brain Sap is a nothing. That's fine. One of the 2 Gorgons used their petrifying gaze, so it probably can't do it again yet, but the other one probably can still do it, and is probably going to do it now. Now they're shooting. They're killing Nikita. Unless she blocks. Okay. Yeah, I know, it's all because of me. Transmigration. And this is why it didn't matter. She has resurrected as a lich for free. This is why her getting injured wasn't a problem. I don't know how much health she has in Lich form right now, though. And this might also be Mary dying. Oh no, it might be 2 deaths, actually. This could be a very big problem, depending on how much damage this ends up doing. Yep, that's definitely Nyx down. Mary is not dead, because she countered. You were a lot of help, Nyx, and I will be bringing you back when practical here in a minute. Okay, it brought Nikita back with full health. That's actually incredible. Or near full, I think. No, that's completely full. Get a load of her newfound physical resistance. 840 physical protection. She is now the hardest thing for a physical attack to kill on this team. Kind of wild that the demon is the holy attribute, by the way. Just have to point that out. A lot of sneezes today. But it's also a lot warmer today than it has been in a while. So the two are probably related. This is going reasonably close to how I expected this to. A lot of hard carrying by the handful of competent people on this team. Yeah, Mary survived that with 22 hit points. Okay, Elric, continue to do your job of using items for me. Bring back Nyx. He got the Archangel Feather too. Of course. Okay, Mary, you need to get the fuck out of there. And heal thyself, is we're running out of the ability to keep bringing people back from the dead right now. If I go toe-to-toe with this demon, I'm not gonna have a good time. Alos is also really not well off. It might be time for a strategic step back for a few people. You try to distract the Gorgon for a moment. This will also be a good way for you to get some experience. I'm gonna move up and heal myself for 100, because I have healing salves. Actually, that's 150, that's even better. So I'll be back at full health. Eleanor's doing decent enough that she should be okay up there. Since the two main things she's got going on right now is the 2 Gorgons might shoot her, and then the angel might stab her. Which isn't a major ordeal. Okay, you've got 130. You should also use a big heal on yourself. This is why I pocketed a bunch of these, by the way. Oh, that didn't lead to Alos getting healed, though, so he's got 72 hit points. Are they really just gonna shoot Nyx to death? Okay, they actually physically can't. But they can kill Alos, unless he blocks something in this exchange, I think. Because he's only got 60 health left now. And I bought an extra Altar of Resurrection, so I had 3, and I've used 2. As long as I didn't miscalculate somewhere, and then Alos is permanently dead if he does get killed, then we should be okay. If he's permanently dead, I'm gonna be very annoyed. Considering he's been a very pivotal part of this team. Or they just don't do nearly as much damage to him as I was worried they were going to. But he's now confused, which is a problem. Thankfully, he's not so confused as to not do exactly what I was going to tell him to do anyway. I just can't jump high enough. That's why I can't go after that. Okay, couple things have to happen in a specific order here, then. Step 1, you go over here. Step 2, unconfuse him. I know that's not going to fix his health issue. Don't worry about that. One problem at a time. Because now that he's no longer confused, he's not going to run off and do something particularly stupid. Ivana comes over here and heals Alos. That should hold him for a turn, considering the damage he took last turn. Nyx will move up and use an item to get back into fighting shape to provide a distraction. I'm purposely not using the angel fruit because I feel like I'm going to need them for the final battle more than I need them here. They seem like in case of emergency, break glass more than just use this for other issues. Oh wow, Summon Golem actually does a real amount of damage to a demon. That's kind of wild. Okay, we might actually be able to get rid of that demon then. He's got 85 left. They must just have like a glaring magic weakness or something. Not glaring enough that that'll kill him. There's still the issue of what my turn ends up being as well. And I think since I can't reach down to where that issue is, I'm going to come up here, buff Eleanor again while she has the health to survive getting to do stuff, and have her chase around the Gorgons some more. Now that she might actually do some damage to them, they might take her a little more seriously. This is also guaranteeing her getting a lot more levels, which is fine. It's technically experience the main team isn't getting, but that's not really an issue per se. Yeah, go ahead and weaken him in the hopes that he attacks Alos and gets killed. We have at least managed to turn this around. This could have been a complete wash. But we've managed to pull this back from the brink of disaster. This does leave me very worried about what's going to happen on the other side, where the other half of the team goes. Is quite a bit of credit for how this fight is going to Alos here. Because of the sheer stupid damage Atropos does. Though I feel like the other team is more overall stable. is they'll have a much better healer, so more than one person gets healed at a time, and I'm not walking the razor's edge of disaster the entire time. And 2, it has some more of the more consistent damage and defense on the team. This could be where everything still goes fucking wrong, though, with the evil eye. Yep. Not as bad as it could have been. Nyx is easily fixed because we have revival stones. But I had a feeling I was going to lose at least a turn of time to that, because let's be real, there was no way they weren't going to manage to petrify somebody. And of course it wasn't going to be even and petrify one of mine and one of theirs. And she's got the SP to do it as well at this point, so I need to get rid of her. So the demon might be getting a stay of execution for a moment here. I need to think about that for a second. Is that a minimum? Alos is going to need to be healed a little before he does anything else, since he's the one in the worst shape as far as health goes. And I just need to make sure to unpetrify Nyx before the fight's over. So that's not a major issue. He's got 130 health. Can you Atropos him and kill him in one hit? You can. Do that then. I know I said the Medusa needs to go, but this guy also needs to go. So if I have him do this in one, I can hopefully bring other people together. Oh wait, he's the leader. Uh-oh. I think I might have killed Nyx by doing that. Lord Shahar, accept my pain for your sustenance. Yep, that ended the fight. So Nyx might be permanently gone as a statue. That might be the only permanent death we have. God damn it. The fallen angel will surely try to reclaim Long Coldness. When the time comes, we must be prepared to defeat him. We're almost there. Be careful. God, the love in my heart is true. Is that also a sin? One permanent loss here at the end of the goddamn game. Oh wait, nope, Nyx is not lost. Never mind, we're fine. Unless it doesn't calculate that until we bring the teams back together, which is a possibility. We'll find out. Yeah, this team will be spearheaded by these two because that's how that works. I need to think about whether I want to give Sierra a different weapon for this. This might be a case of we suddenly pivot Sierra into having a melee weapon, just so we have somebody else that does damage on this team. Yeah. Even on that menu, Nyx is still there. You may as well take your fan back. I didn't end up using it for anything. Because I thought it was something that was raising her intelligence, which is why I pulled that off of her to give to other people. And then I realized, no, that wasn't actually helping her intelligence at all. Okay, that leaves her at 192 intelligence. That's not bad. That should be good enough to be of help. And she's a high enough level that she'll live through some of this mess. So let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is why I was thinking that this team had better odds, is because 5 of them are the normal team members. Whereas I only had 3 of the normal team on the other team, but these were 3 of the strongest the team has, theoretically. So I thought that was a fairer split than it actually was. I probably should have sent Sierra with this team and then sent somebody else with this team. That one's on me. Yeah, I think if I pivot Sierra into having a melee weapon, they'll be mostly okay. Cynthia's already pretty geared out, so I'll probably take her. The biggest concern with having Sierra use a melee weapon is the fact that she has the necklace of being unable to be healed. Life force effect. I don't know what that means. Her big advantage is the fact that she has a lot of agility, so she should be pretty good about not getting hit by enemies. The problem's gonna be, I'm noticing that her power is not increasing that much depending on which weapon I give her. Because the flame bow is a 52 power weapon. But I think you lose damage when you're firing at range in this game. So I think even if I give her something that doesn't increase her power by a lot, it should actually still have better results. I could also give her something like the Notos, since we can't give it back to Alos yet. So let's do that. Even though that may sound like the ravings of a crazy person. Because that basically means these 3 are going to be my front line. Guarding Sybil, Cynthia, and Carmen, as well as Eufair. I place the rest of them because my brain is having a problem counting at the moment for some fucking reason. Yeah, I just need one more. So it's either Yantley or I bring Asra. Asra's advantage is he would be able to hand out MP. Except, no, he can't, because I think I took fluid magic off of him. Yeah, he's just got Baron Soul. $180 physical defense. There's nothing I can really give him that'll be crazy good. So I think I'll just bring the dragon because they're the same level. And the dragon is naturally reasonably durable. I don't like this, but this is the best I'm going to be able to do. The Son of Man has wandered into a world which is outside of the circle of life. He won't be able to return anymore. Then why does he struggle for his freedom? Why does he rebel when only destruction lies ahead? Okay, so we need to kill the angel. The angel is the target. That's where I went wrong with that other fight. Is I didn't focus. Because while I was at the disadvantage, I should have just focused the demon down and ended the fight. So if I just focus this Angel Knight down, we might be able to pull out of this in a much better position. What does Poignant Melody do? Okay, it heals undead. Weird combination of abilities to have. An ability to heal undead and the ability to banish undead. Oh. Oh no. They have banish. Oh wait, no. No, we're okay. We're okay. Because the Lich isn't here, so we don't need to worry about the Lich getting banished. That said, we can't cover enough ground to get up to that Angel Knight immediately, the way I would like to put pressure on them. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna array the people that'll hold up pretty well in relatively easy reach, in the hopes of baiting them down to us in a way that actually works how I want it to, while also splitting up those who would be easy prey a little bit. But an energy transfer to Sybil. Sybil's a high enough level that she should be okay standing up here as well. She can't reach anything, but that's okay. Carmen, I'm gonna have use one of our magic leaves, because that should keep her in enough magic to heal anybody and everybody for a few turns. Yeah, that was the one problem with putting Antley down there, is the fact that he doesn't jump well enough to get out of that hole. But in theory, we shouldn't need him at all. That's the intention behind the way I'm doing this. His whole purpose is going to be to catch a few shots, and then hopefully there's no further need. Oh, you just have really long range with that bow, huh? Ow. Oh, that could be a problem. Okay, doesn't look like they both have cross the universe bows. I know the Angel Knight is a melee weapon, so they'll be coming down unless they are inclined to wait, which could be an issue if they're going to be shooting Cynthia for more than half her health bar every turn. Come on down. Make the mistake. I mean, that's progress towards coming down and dying. I feel like I'm gonna have to make big plays here, and they're gonna be stupidly risky. Before anybody rushes off into anything stupid. Magic first, so nobody gets caught in the crossfire. Low chance. Low chance. Ick. Is Thunderbird just like a worse spell or something? Or is it just the sheer intelligence difference? Because there's only a bit of a difference. It's not like the most massive difference it could possibly have been. I'm gonna risk the 47%, because if she throws enough of them, it should still work out to be higher. Fly, my pretties. Blast them with lightning. I mean, it's working out to be about what it advertised, except slightly higher, so I'll take it. Did a little over 80 damage, I think, so that's actually not bad. How much will you do with the Nodos sword? 30 from the front. Okay. It's not terrible. $27 from the side, from above for some reason. I feel like that should be higher, but you do you, video game. Hold that thought. Cynthia, what am I gonna do with you? Because right now she's kind of the big problem, because she's got a target on her back right now. And I think the idea is going to be she just heals herself. The healing salve's kind of overkill. Do I have an in-between? I thought I had some of the hundreds, but apparently I don't. I'd rather her have too much health than not enough, so we'll go ahead and use that for right now. You might be wondering why I'm not just using Carmen to heal that right now, and the answer to that is I'm trying to make sure that she's available in case a counter happens that does a lot more harm to the war effort. Can you go dance with that demon and keep him occupied? That's an important question. Good guard, good guard. That should work out okay, then. Now, Eantley, since you can't go very far right now, you're gonna take on Elric's job of being the item bitch right now. Because somebody has to hand out the cookies right now. And since he could do that and still move his full movement, it made the most sense for him to do the job. And now we can follow up that attack with a salamander and hopefully get this demon either down or nearly down. Since the salamander has decent odds on it right now, it should actually bring him pretty close if it doesn't kill him. Right now, I'm thinking it's looking good. Nice. Okay, that's one undead turn one. That's fantastic. How does Shuriken Brush look? 13. Probably not worth it then. I can't help but feel that she's not actually gained that much by switching off of the bow. So that might have been a mistake. But, well, it's been chosen now, so there's not really any way to back out of that decision at this point. And nobody actually got hurt, so I didn't need Carmen to be at the ready on that score. So Carmen, go ahead and give Cynthia some magic to use so she can hand out hastes and things. Or potentially charm something if she can actually get into the position without getting murdered. Yeah, I figured they were just gonna press on past the team and go try to kill casters. Which a bad arrow would actually be a real big problem right now. So I'm a little concerned about the damage that was just dealt there. Look at you with your fancy sword. Joke's on you, spears reach far enough that even when you knock somebody back, it still counts. I need to see what that sword is, though. I don't recognize that sprite. Now, where are you shooting? That's a very important question right now. Like, important to the point where it might be life or death. Damn it. Okay, it's okay. We still have a revive, but this has just been a shit show for deaths. It is such a disaster. This is the last one we've got. Wait, no, don't use that. We have resurrection. This team's the one that has the one that can cast resurrection. This is, as it turns out, precisely the kind of situation I bought that spell for. Or, I should say, I brought that spell for, because we can't buy that, but you know what I mean. You get the point. This is exactly what Carmen needed a lot of MP ready to go for. Is a situation exactly like that, where somebody gets dunked on. That should be a good amount of damage. That's pretty good, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, I need you to hop back down and help deal with that angel before he runs amok in here and becomes a serious issue. Or you're not going to do any damage to him, so maybe you don't do that. Maybe you're not the one. That's not much better. I need to think about this then. Okay. Hold that thought. How about you, Antley? You're way underleveled, but these breath attacks have done surprising damage before. I mean, that's not terrible, and you might confuse him. He is most assuredly not confused. Okay, one problem at a time then. Let's see. "44% chance to charm him, actually. Huh. Can't charm an angel. Oh, wait. No, I think that one either has... Oh, they're the leader. That's why they're immune. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. As it turns out, that is purely logical, which also makes charming that guy even bigger if we can manage to do it. Damn it. That would have been incredible if we could have gotten him on our side, because he would have then turned and attacked his leader. Which could have been a really big up for us. How much damage can you do to the Angel Knight? Because if she's right here, if we can capitalize on this enough... This could be the play. She's got 300 health, though, so I don't think we're killing her in one turn. Not without the entire team dropping on her, and we can't do that, so... This might be a case if we have to take a step back. Okay. The big danger here is if they go for you fair again. She's gonna go down again. Okay. let's see. What the hell do I do about this situation? How much damage can you do to him? Quite a bit, actually. Okay. So we work him over a little bit. I'm not attacking him directly with her right now. I want to check something. 31% chance. Do I roll the dice and try to get him converted to our side to tip the scales? We've managed to win ridiculous odds like that before. You know what? For comedy. Join us. Yeah! Haha! He wouldn't be charmed, but he can be converted. Yeah, Euphara's getting shot again, and she's probably gonna get stabbed as well. So she's going down again, probably. I'm not sure I have the MP in order to resurrect her again immediately, but we can work that issue out. That's not the biggest problem we have. The potential damage from this could actually be a real complication. Okay, that's not too bad. And since we have one less opponent on the board, and technically one more ally, this is actually a pretty good situation on the whole. Oh, that's a ranged attack you've got there, huh? You can throw a big fucking rock. Ow. Okay, that actually does a decent amount of damage, too. That's very upsetting. Thankfully, he's almost dead, so he's bailing out. So this means we don't have to revive you fair, which means I've got some free movement to work with here a little bit. Okay, good. That did, like, no damage. Please attack the traitor. Or not. Okay. I was really hoping they were going to attack the one I converted. But I guess that's too much to ask for, huh? That said, that was a favorable exchange there, so we might actually be in a decent position. Especially with the amount of damage he's outputting, too, actually. Yeah, because they're down 100 of their health now. Gunther's actually still in better shape than I expected. You don't have MP left, so think about that for a second. You can reach to give her MP, but you can't reach to give the other one MP. Like, this is full on, I just have to do cheeky bullshit. Oh hey, he leveled up enough to upgrade. So we get to see the only other upgrade we hadn't seen, the Naga. Ta-da! He has gone to Snick. Yeah, you can't reach. Son of a bitch. Think about that for a second then. How much health do you have now? You have 131. I would only do like 15. $39. I'm not fussed if I end up stabbing my acquired ally in the face. So that would do 57. It'll do 19 to him, which really is nothing. So the 57 is worth it. Just not quite yet. What other fuckery can I do? 26%. 26%. Okay, so it's going to be more productive if you give her the MP to cast an attack spell then. Because I might have landed one of those 56s or something, but I feel like this is going to be overall more useful to us. Because that's another 48. If she only could jump a little higher... So I'm not worried about ending up hitting him by accident, but the fact that it's going to split the damage is what's got me upset on that one. Because again, friendly fire on him doesn't matter. We acquired him. He's not one of our people. And unless it all hits him, he'll live anyway. I think this is going to end up being more damage as long as any of this lands where it should. One, two, three. That is slightly more, I think. Though since only 3 landed, it's nowhere near as much more as I was hoping. It's gonna be... I don't think it's possible for me to kill this turn. That's 40, and the other one's 57. Like, obviously, still gonna take those attacks. Yeah, that puts them to 98. Problem ends up being I have not got enough follow-up left at this point. Because even if I drop a Firestorm there, that brings them down to 58. And I just can't quite close the distance, I think. I'm still gonna do it anyway. Because that puts them to 58. Ooh, wait, you end up doing 42. Maybe. 43. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. I might have just bullshitted this immediately. This Shuriken Barrage needs to hit and do full damage. God damn it. 1 hit point. I should have said it out loud. I should not have said that it needed to do full damage out loud. Son of a bitch. They get to live for a turn and we might get reamed for it. Got robbed by 1 hit point. Yeah, they're gonna kill our acquired ally, and that's fine. That's literally what his entire purpose in life was to absorb hits for us. And no, he didn't die. He actually managed to draw the ire of the archer, so that's perfect. So he's dead now, which is fine. He dropped his item. I don't think he had anything, like, incredible on him. Yeah, now you're gonna heal for 100 and be a pain in my ass, though. That's the biggest problem with this, is the fact that I'm now gonna have to get through another 100 health. And I stretched to manage to get through the health they had before. But we can ignore the other enemies. We just can ignore them entirely. Ordinarily, I'd say that's a big risk to be taking, but since the fight will end when they die, it's not actually a risk at all. Good, good. You see why I was less worried about this bunch? Because they've held up to a lot of abuse and just walked up, murdered the leader, stole one of their people, etc. Even if this body ceases to exist, I still want to become one with Lord Shahar. Poof. Nothing good came out of that, huh? That's a shame. My heart is thirsty, but its thirst shall never be quenched. Why have you abandoned me? More than anyone, I followed in your divine footsteps. I yearned to be in your glorious presence. The Hall of Conviction.
Put it out.
Oh, I have to fight you two first, huh? That makes sense, actually. Well done. You certainly have lived up to Lord Shahar's expectations. I wonder, what makes him different from the other humans? Black wings. You two aren't humans after all. Why did you lead us here? What do you want from us? The truth lies just beyond this door. Come in. Lord Shahar is waiting for you. Go on, servants of darkness. You're not gonna get rid of them that easily. In a way. I guess it was that easy to get rid of them. Just had to yell at them loud enough. Saves me a fight. I'm down for that right now. We've been run a little ragged at this point. And to think, I thought I was gonna have time left when this is all over. I have been waiting for the fragment of my horn. Without it, I have remained imprisoned here. Now return what is mine. First, explain yourself. Why did you lend your power to Lord Batrol and have him search for the spear? Why do you wish to be resurrected? Even if I told you, human, you would never understand. I am Shahar. I only have contempt for heaven. All that is in my heart is hatred for God. Look at my wretched appearance. He sealed me in this land of eternal ice before my body turned black. He's got, like, some kind of demon wing and an angel wing. He looks mostly normal otherwise, though. I have waited for someone to respond to my voice. I've slowly restored my power by feeding on people's envy. And now it is time for my resurrection. Yeah, doing this bit again, huh? Where you just summon a bunch of demons? Okay. Like, I feel like inevitably he's going to get that fragment back, be fully reborn, and we're gonna have to do another fight to deal with that, probably. You didn't summon that many. Oh, but these two idiots are here. There's no escaping. You'll be an offering in honor of Lord Shahar's resurrection. Yeah, that explains why you didn't summon that many, because you have two more of these jackasses still floating around. But we can bring the full brunt of our whole team here, so we should be fine. I just need to make sure to rejig everybody's equipment back to proper layouts. Otherwise, we are going to have a harder time than necessary here. And judging from the way our little split forces adventure went, I can't really be fighting at a disadvantage here. So, do I want her to have her bow back? And the answer, I think, is yes. she did more damage with the sword, but there just wasn't that many opportunities for her to actually make use of it properly. Because we had too many melees involved already anyway. And this way we can give Alos back the crazy sword so he can do the most ridiculous damage he can. The other option is I give him the bloody cleaver, but I feel like that's a bad idea. Oh yeah, I did give somebody the Freud helmet already. I was like, why is that equipped somewhere? I don't remember doing that. It's because I did it and forgot. I'm gonna go ahead and give her the spear now, because I feel like if it breaks at this point, that's fine. I might be making a terrible mistake. And I'm actually going to forego the Needle of Light myself, because I feel like that actually reduced my damage. Now, I could be crazy and be the one running around with the cleaver myself, but I feel like that's a bad idea. Now, technically, according to the label, the Needle of Light actually does more damage than the Fire Drake Sword or the Sun Manus. But I'm gonna take the Fire Drake Sword because I feel like there's something with the thrusting weapons causing them not to do as much as they should. Because I keep feeling like every weapon of that type has underperformed. So who has the armlet? I think Sybil does. Yes, she does. Give me that. There we go. And Nikita now can just basically walk right down the whole goddamn front and not have to fear anything. So if I wanted to, I could give her a melee weapon probably and just tell her to go, oh, have fun. But that would reduce her intelligence, so I'm not doing that. She doesn't need the shield anymore. So she can also have the wind ring to move a little further and have that last bit of intelligence that she could fit in. I feel like giving her Fiend's Grip might actually be a bad idea, but it's a type match now, so it might not be the worst idea. It also doesn't matter if she uses Crag Crush or what have you anymore, or Gnome or a different summon, because it's no longer a type match for her. But I would have to like take Fenrir or Thunderbird off of somebody else. And it's just not worth the effort because it's all kind of the same thing anyway. That was the main changes I needed to make, I think. Because everybody else is still pretty well off in terms of their equipment. So I think this is as good as we're gonna get. Let's do this. This shall be the day of my resurrection. Vengeance shall be mine. We'll see how well that works out for you. How much health do you have? Only 421, huh? That's actually not that bad. I have concerns about the fact you have a weapon with the same name as one of your spells. Transfers foe's power to the sword handler. Well, I hate that. You've also got fancy armor. Global effect. He's got global ice magic. Hate that. You two are mostly the same as you were before, it seems. Yeah, except they traded who was the useless one, kind of. So that bow looks concerning. It paralyzes as well. Joy. Well, no time like the present. Let's just get this over with. If we just fart around, the fight will never be done, so... let's just go do what we do best. Kick ass, make the way things work, and hope for the best. There's probably not that much reason for me to hold things back at this point, aside from keeping some on hand for potential phase 2. Because I'm assuming there's going to be a phase 2. It would be very weird if there wasn't. Because they have foreshadowed him getting the spear and getting his full power and everything way too much for it to not happen. And at this point. Like, this was a very unsubtle situation here, I feel. I'm just gonna have each of them use a magic item on this one, I think. I might be getting low on magic leaves a little bit, though. I will say that before I end up running out and everybody's like, you should have counted better. It's like, well, I know I'm getting low, but I don't have a great other choice, because this is sounding like a fight that's gonna have to go pretty fast. Otherwise, we will get drained down by that global ice spell and fucked. Not to mention the fact that they've got that paralysis bow that can shoot across the entire room. It would have been a hell of a thing if she had guarded that and then got paralyzed anyway. Okay, that demon jumped down there. That's honestly perfect because we can mostly leave him behind then. Because as I said, we kind of need to just zoom as much as humanly possible here. Both due to the amount of stream time that has passed and the amount of damage he's going to be doing globally if he's allowed to play around with his magic. Thankfully, neither of the Dark Angels have the ability to give him MP. So we've got that going for us. And he's actually moving forward a bit, too. Convenient. Okay, since I can't reach anything I'm actually actively worried about right now, I'll go ahead and use Fluid Magic to give her a bunch of MP to use. Because that should be more than enough for her to do some horrific damage. You just carry on, honestly. You just go fight that angel face to face. Because you'll do more than half its health. Now that was like, what, 2/3 of its health in one go? And people were probably thinking that the summon magic was the ridiculous part. You can actually hop up there and join him, so do so. It doesn't say on it what makes it break and what odds it has of breaking. Fuck it. Stab him. Okay, it didn't break instantly at least, so that's good. You go ahead and hop up here somewhere so you can just be a menace to society with your bow. 74, even though he's not weak to that. 58. Well, goodbye, Mr. Angel. Enjoy your 100 damage. Just ripping through them as fast as I can. Get burnt, nerd. Just look at that shocked face every time he burns again. Like, oh god, I thought it was over. Why? Why is it still burning? Why is there more burning? The burning. The burning. And then he died. We can mostly leave that demon, I think. Now he will immediately start harassing you fair if I leave him. So what I'm gonna do is have you tangle with him for now, see if he pays attention to that. And then you can fly out of there when such a time as is a good idea comes about. And we'll be upon Sahar soon. Son of man, do you not think there's something wrong with this world? Should not everyone be equal in God's eyes? Why do some people have power while others have nothing? Human hearts are so easily swayed by emotion. Why are humans permitted to multiply, tainting the earth with their existence? Humans try to choose the right path, but they continue to make mistakes. Despite their failings, God forgives them. That's what I think. Yes, but because God forgave you, all of this happened. You, his imperfect creations, are granted forgiveness. He asked us, the closest to him, to serve you. He is too lenient on humans. Why does he choose to forgive them rather than discipline them? Well, got a sea of answers to that question, really, so take your pick, really. Okay, didn't get the paralysis, so that's fine. Yeah, that's the smart choice. Attack the one who can't counter you. Yep, you're gonna go around and attack him from behind so he can't counter, but that's okay. Because as soon as most of us are up those stairs, he's gonna just leave you behind. He doesn't have the MP for Ice Requiem yet, I guess. Or maybe he's giving that whole forgiveness idea a try himself. Who knows? All I know is I'm definitely taking advantage of this moment. Debatably, it might have been a better idea to throw the Atropos at Lethe, who decided to come down, but... better to get that one off the table entirely. Can you reach and how much damage can you do? 26 to him. 38 to them. With Crag Crush. 47 and 24. Okay, go ahead and hit Lethe then. Hindsight, I could have put it in between them and actually hit both of them, and I'm a fool, but either way. Also, I think I'm realizing a problem with them having changed to a lich. I think, because I just was paying attention for a split second in my mind there. Yeah, she has more than enough MP. She can't use summon spells anymore. That was the thing. I knew there was a weakness to those. Something they weren't going to be able to do. And, well, lo and behold, I forgot to swap that off. Off to account for that. Oh well. She's still got 2 spells to use, and those are probably going to be all she's going to need to use, so it'll be okay. Oh, you only have enough for fluid magic, huh? Okay. Go ahead and heal the Atropos machine, then. Because we just picked up another one. That's why I was like, you know what? There's no point in not doing that. Just go ahead and heal him. And this way you can heal him on the way up. And this mostly all works itself out. Because we are just flying through this combat, which is exactly what I wanted. You don't have the MP to help get rid of the demon down there, though. Because that was my other thought, is just drop a summon on him, and that would probably be the end of him. But I miscalculated, because she hadn't gotten a big MP boost like Nikita had. Which means I actually probably should have stopped and used fluid magic instead, but hindsight's 20/20. Let's see how much damage this does. Because they are getting a 4 for the price of 1 here. Not a ton. I would prefer not to have damage like that get thrown at us, but it's fine. Interesting. You're falling back to be up there instead and using your own Fiend's Grip. Okay. I forgot they had that. I thought they only had status spells. Is the weird thing I noticed they had was Constrain. Same damage as the demon though, really, so not a big issue. I can just drop a heal plus right in that spot and everybody will be sorted. Now, are you gonna move and cast a spell too? No, you're gonna try to mash the healer upside the head. Just means I move Carmen a step forward and she's part of the heal plus at that point. So that's still fine. This is also fine, because you didn't even hit her. Now, what are you gonna do? Still don't have enough MP to be a problem. Excellent. So let's just undo their entire turn, shall we? Just by putting a big old heal right here. They've also positioned themselves pretty perfectly for some more magic bombardment. So that makes me happy. Not quite as much range as I would have expected from having the height advantage there, but that's okay. You just can move over one more tile to reach Shahar. Which does, like, no damage, so never mind. Shoot life anyway. So this should be the end of that problem. So that's one of the two advisors defeated. Are you going to kill me? We could have had so much fun together. Well, maybe if you weren't such a pain in the ass, you might have gotten to live longer. Can you reach that high? It'd be weird if you could, but... eh, you can reach him, but that's not the one I want you to reach. Also, I'm amused by there being a demon named Belmont. Okay, that does, like, no damage to Shahar. Okay, hold that thought, then. Yeah, that does, like, no damage to Shahar as well. Yeah, work down that demon, then. No, not there. Game, please. Listen to my inputs. Because that'll nearly kill that demon, and then we can finish him off to reduce the amount of attacks coming out. Shahar's probably going to get a global attack off, and that's going to be upsetting, but that's just going to have to be the way it is. Now, if there's a second phase and there isn't an extra step to making the second phase happen, we may be in for a bit of a bother here, but... you go ahead and just keep jabbing him. I'm getting more suspicious by the moment about said phase 2 because look at how quickly this fight's going. We're just rinsing through them. They have presented a negligible problem for us, for the most part. It would have been very fitting if the spear broke on that block. And I'm getting rid of this guy just because he's creeping along behind us and being more of a nuisance than I intended him to be. Okay, so there's just the 3 of them left now. Ah yes, go hit the Lich. Oh, you have a spear. That makes more sense. Still didn't do a lot, but it makes more sense than it did. You're shooting all the way over there, huh? Okay. Way to get blocked, nerd. Now you run away, and I assume here comes the global spell because it's been 3 turns. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't do a ton of damage to everybody. I anticipate it'll hurt, I just don't know how much damage it'll do. It's only fair that he does a crazy ice spell after being locked in the ice for God knows how long. Ow! Wow, that actually hurts a lot, and it puts people to sleep, huh? Well, that's offensive. Wow! Okay, this fight has taken a real turn for the worse because that is utter horseplop. God damn. Just put most of the team to sleep. Sure, that's fair gameplay. Yikes. Like, I can't say that that's not karma for the shit I've been talking, but it's just like, come on now. That's still excessive. That said, the most important members of the team, for the most part, are still awake. I do need to do a damage check, though, to see how bad everybody is off as far as health goes. Not very, honestly. So, best to heal Alos, since he's constantly self-destructing to get the job done right now. And soon it'll be just us and Big Demon and Angel thing over there, who has no SP left, so it'll be a while before they can do their thing again. Next turn, and that should be the end of his little advisor over here with the annoyingly powerful bow. Swear. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I swear if paralysis procs here, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, but you're gonna do your thing where you steal power. So what does this actually do? Okay, it steals HP and MP. That's actually not that big a deal, because Shahar had barely been hurt. Since I can't reach to attack, this is a good place to Molten Blade Alos. That's how you like a fancy sword technique. He doesn't really mind, as it turns out. Alright, killing your friend. Please hold. Basic attack doing over 100 damage. Well, this isn't so bad. I wish I could have seen the world he would have created, though. There we go, both of them are dead, and now it's just a lot against one. Problem is, he seems to do a lot of damage, so he might just dunk on Yafair, who's happening to stand a little too close to him right now. So she probably shouldn't stay there. He might still go for her anyway, but at least now she's backed up a little bit more. It would actually be ideal if he continues to chase Alos, though he might warp down and kill Carmen instead, which could also be an issue. He is going to take a while to kill, so it's probably for the best that I killed off all of his companions. And since he obviously has a way to heal himself, this is going to take some doing. Oh, you're going for the sleeping Sierra instead, huh? This might hurt a lot. Since she's sleeping, it's not like she's going to dodge either, I don't think. Ooh, 135. Right side, she's awake now. 11 health left. Yikes. Yeah, this guy's a big fucking problem. He's gonna hit back for 81. So we are not going toe-to-toe with him. No, thank you. Because that is a sword, so... yeah, he's just gonna block that. I'm not surprised. No. That is not my place to stand. Alos can't reach, so maybe it is in fact my place to stand, then. Yeah, our biggest problem here is going to be managing to do enough damage to matter here. I could try Baron Souling him. That'll do 23. That still leaves him with so little damage dealt to him that he's just gonna heal at all, though. If I wasn't gonna fluid magic, I was actually gonna have you fair go whack Nikita upside the head to wake her up. But I feel like that's more important right now, is to have a good amount of magic being thrown his way. Right, you can't be healed by magic. I keep forgetting that, and it's a problem. Okay, well, I know what that means for your turn then. The same thing I was just talking about. Wakey, wakey. Why can't you reach there? Shenanigans, video game, shenanigans. Well, this is nothing but upsetting. Because the only way to hit him with Salamander is to self-damage, and that wouldn't do much. Nor does Firestorm in this particular situation. So for now, just heal yourself. In case he decides to go for her. Because he is within range to do so. Okay, he's gonna warp behind Alos and hit him. The problem is he can keep doing the Enbikion attack, which is just gonna keep healing him. Thankfully, if he hits Alos with it, as you saw there, he doesn't actually heal that much. So I kind of need to keep people that he can heal a lot off of away from him. Honestly, it's fine that you're not going to be able to fire. You don't do much damage. It's better you just get away from him, heal yourself, and then we'll figure things out from there. One of these times I'm going to accidentally use the Snapdragon Scroll and somebody's going to get turned into a sword. And I'm just going to be very upset. Yeah, if Nikita could still use Gnome, I feel like we'd be able to get a lot more work done here. Because it would still be low damage, but it would slowly chip away at him. More than just a 25 at a time would. In this case, this is worth it. Is comparatively, that's about the only way we're doing damage to him. Fuck me, though. He has a lot of goddamn health. Had I known that his stat line was gonna be this stupid, I probably would have brought like a defense reduction ability or something, because I think there is a defense reducing spell that we could have had. Hindsight being 2020, I don't think Alos' sword is currently buffed up either. But I don't have the MP to do that anymore. Yes. Is there anybody I can fluid magic that it would actually be worth doing it for? Answer is not really. Carmen has plenty of MP left still. But I presume walking over and stabbing this man is going to end poorly for me. Oh yeah, he's going to do over 100 damage in return to me. I need to not be here. If I am over here, he's going to eviscerate me. So instead, I'm going to run over here and use an MP item so that I can start passing out more buffs next turn. Because that is going to be my role in this fight. Buffing people and hoping for the best. And we'll just go with salamander chip damage. I wonder if this is a case of I'm under-leveled, ill-equipped, or if this is meant to just be a slog of a fight. The combination of him having over 400 health, very high defenses, and a lifesteal move is kind of absurd. And now he's got enough power to Ice Requiem again and potentially put everybody to fucking sleep and be a pain in my ass. She was already asleep, but she's double asleep now, I guess. Oh, the healer's asleep. That's a problem. Not as many people fell asleep, but I feel like some more important people fell asleep. And he was buffed, as it turns out. That was how much damage he was doing with his sword buffed, huh? Yikes. Well, keep hammering away at him. Wait, it's still doing 55, though. Can you, like, hand a healing item up that height? Nope, sure can't. Okay. Good news, everybody. That means you really need to wake up right now. She won't be awake for this turn, but hopefully he'll live through a turn. Actually, this is a thought. I don't know if this is a great thought, but it keeps him from being able to hit the back of either of them, and it gives Alos enough health that if they go toe-to-toe, Alos will be okay. This does mean Yufair needs to get the fuck away from him. I don't think she's gonna be able to get the fuck away from him enough and still be able to do anything, because even if she goes here, I think he reaches her if he wants to. And I would not be surprised if he decides he wants to, especially if this does any actual damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's pretty good. 8's pretty good. He's down to 202 health now. I would go up there and run distraction, but I am no better being up there than any of the mages, really, considering how much damage we very clearly saw he was going to do to me. I wouldn't give you the MP to do some resurrecting, because I feel like that's going to become necessary here in a hot minute. And I'd go wake Flaros up myself, but all I would do doing that is leave Flaros in a bad position, probably, in terms of health. What I'll probably do is have the archer wake her up. Okay, good. That should lead to a counterattack, hopefully. Nope, it doesn't lead to a counterattack. Son of a whore. Okay, good. They woke up on their own. That's honestly perfect. 'Cause I think Floros can handle being a part of this whole exchange up here a bit. She's also got the crazy magic spear, so I feel like she kind of needs to be up here. The 57. We're getting close. We're getting there. Just, boy, is it not fast. I'm really wishing I had that MP drain move right about now, because he's in position to do bad things to us again. And this may come as a shock to people, but I've not been enjoying him doing bad things to us. You come down here. Thunder, not him. Thunder arrow him from there, because he might actually hit. Damn it. I'm hoping by pushing on his health like this, he ends up wanting to use the life drain move more, rather than going for the AoE. Because we can't take too many more of those AoEs on the chin. Thankfully, he can't take too awful much more of our attacks either at this point. Interesting how the percentage chance on Salamander keeps going up. I still wonder what determines the actual percentages on Salamander and the other summons. I guess maybe his health being lower is making him more vulnerable, maybe? I don't know. Still, this definitely should push him into a position where he feels like he has to heal, because he's down to double-digit health. Which is an absurdity considering the amount of health he had. No. I have to heal Carmen. But I can heal Carmen. I don't need to have Carmen heal Carmen. Because what I was realizing is if he can reach to teleport down there, or if he rolls well when he does the AoE and Carmen dies, Carmen can't resurrect Carmen. And we've only got the one Altar of Resurrection left. So I can ill afford to have the one bringing people back to life be the one that dies. Crazy concept, I know. To think, I'm the main character and I'm reduced to item bitch right now. If you go here and shoot him, he's going to probably kill you. So let's not do that. I also can't help but notice, by the way, that she is just as vulnerable to the global spell as anybody else. So that's a loophole in the magic protection amulet. I presume it's a case of cannot be targeted by magic. Ooh, another angel fruit. That will be very handy if anything stupid happens. She gonna die, isn't she? No, he made the wrong choice, which means he loses. Power up. much health does this crazy bugger have? 113 left. Okay. Get away from him. Throw a salamander behind him. Start chewing his health down a bit. You know, it's a hell of a thing that almost all these sessions have ended up being around the same length. I think there's only been one session that hasn't been 6 hours. Just a lot of things all happen there. Alright. Let's finish a fight the same way we've always been doing them. Atropos! If there is a phase 2, hopefully we get healed. No, this cannot be the extent of my power. How can God love these worthless creatures who offer nothing in return? Humans may be powerless in your eyes, but there is no way that we can stand by and let you do as you wish with our world. Also, if we were that powerless, how'd you lose? Just a thought. We got the fancy weapon. I assume it's not over. Then allow me to introduce you to my world. Angels fall from heaven the moment they question their existence. They are disciples of God. They devote their lives to God and those he loves. Is it so terrible to doubt, to desire God's love? If God forgives you, then the standard for righteousness will be meaningless. God rules this world according to his laws. Order exists at the expense of sympathy. You will not be pardoned. Insolent humans, just try and stop me. Creatures of darkness, come forth and join me. Lord of Bane, welcome me into the darkness. So he's fully falling now, I guess. And we are definitely being taken to hell. Wiggle, warp. Final battle. Only surviving characters can participate. Well, yeah, it's almost like dead people wouldn't have been able to participate in other fights anyway. That seems like a very silly sentence. Take note of the fact that everyone's health is still where it was. So that's upsetting. Can't use healing items on this screen, so I'm gonna have to do everything as we go. But we have a new weapon. Is Anbikin a one-handed or a two-handed weapon? One-handed virtue weapon. And we gain the Anbikin effect. Considering how ineffective I was in that last fight, and I was being more useful as a support, I don't know if I want to take that weapon for myself. I almost feel like Alos should have it. Since he's been carrying the day, him having the ability to throw his health at an enemy and then use the next turn to get the power back might be better. And then I can take the other sword. And this way I can also give him a shield to make him even harder to kill. Is the Saint Shield available? It isn't. But a bit more durability might be vital to what we're going to be getting into here. Who does have the Saint Shield then? There it is. Definitely need that. I feel like that's the best shield we have. Because it gives Bane resist, so it'll probably be better than a fire shield for what we're going to be getting into here. Considering who's calling upon the Lord of Bane, I would assume he'll be giving himself up to darkness completely. Now, whether a virtue sword's gonna be a good idea here is a whole other question. Notos. I don't think there's anything else I can change, really. And hopefully the fancy spear is good enough for the job. Formation complete. What is this place? Well, he's turned into fire. Okay, good for him. True form, I assume? Oh, that's upsetting. You see, I finally freed myself from his grasp, and now I will assume my role as Dark Lord. His fall is now complete. It is impossible for humans to understand God. Like birds in a cage who know nothing of the outside world, God's creations will never comprehend him. How pathetic. Humans are merely pawns in the war between good and evil. Okay. Now, of course, you're summoning things, of course. Because this couldn't be just a fair fight against you. There has to be things in the way. Shahar, this will be the last battle. I won't lose. Winning condition, defeat the leader, as usual. So let's see. Level 30. Darkstalkers. Hell Gigantes. And they teleport. Or at least that one does. Sword of Tiamat, Cursed Garment, Dark Ring. Amulet of Wisdom. Well, they don't have any abilities, at least. They just have an obscene amount of strength. Okay, big guy, what can you do now? Day of Reckoning, Apocalypse, Cataclysm, and Descent. Well, you had Descent before and you didn't use it. What do these do? Global Effect, Bane, Nightmarish Vision, causing abnormal status. Area Effect, Bolt of Negative Energy. Global Attack, Fierce Demon Wing, Wind, violently throttles foes. And that's his summon move. Okay. And he starts with full SP. Most of us are actually currently mostly okay. So step one, Carmen, move this way. Heal plus these three. 2 out of 3 don't really need it, and one of them's not going to get the benefit, but one of them really needs it. And a regular heal isn't going to heal as much. The other option is I would have needed to move Alos over, but I'd rather him be able to move into combat instead of out of it. Now, step 3 is we scatter a little bit. You stay still. Do I want to use this now, or do I save it for later? Because I don't really have a way to give a lot of MP right off hand right now. Just give her the regular, it'll be okay. I need to save those for, like, absolute end-of-the-world emergencies. Which, you know, you would think a new Dark Lord having risen in front of us would be apocalyptic enough to be worth spending on, but it can still get worse. There's still plenty of room for things to get worse. We are clocking a lot of damage there. That's just what, like half his health? Yeah, a little over half his health. Okay, good start, good start. And he can't reach her, so that's good. The Darkstalker can reach her, because he is fast as fuck. I would have targeted him, but we know the limitations of summon magic by now. Now, I'm going to try to stay out of area effect positions this time in particular. I know I should be doing that all the time, but usually it's not that practical. This time, it's necessary. So I've got to be very careful where I stand, people. How will this Fiend's Grip do on you guys? Pretty good. I assume he'll be able to summon more since he has Descent. But then again, he had Descent last time and he didn't do it. So maybe we'll get lucky and he won't summon any more after we get rid of these guys. Which, you know, it's a hell of a thing for us to be claiming to be better and using dark magic to our own ends. But then again, magic isn't inherently good or evil either. So there's always that argument. I'm taking a pretty big risk moving Floros here, I acknowledge that, but Alos is going to be right up there next to her. Taking a similar risk. Just spaced enough that nothing bad will happen, hopefully. You go ahead and Fluid Magic over to you, Fair, because you haven't used your magic for anything. Because Atropos doesn't take magic. I'm also realizing he doesn't have the Incelian move on his list. So I think either it's just an effect it has, or I needed to swap something actively myself to do that, and I fucked up. We will find out soon. Okay, that should be everybody over 200 health that can get over 200 health. Let's see how bad this gets. And remember, he is now the Sacred Demon, so the spear can pierce his hide. That's fine. Go ahead and attack the Lich all you want. It's not going to work out for you. All you're going to do is waste your attacks on her at the moment. If anything, it's actually ideal that they pile in on her, because then she can step back and blast them with magic. And they'll all be neatly piled for it. Here comes the status effect bullshit. Missed, poisoned, stunned, missed, confused. Ooh, that's some bad ones to have happen. Mostly okay. Oh, instant paralysis recovery, so that's good. You're gonna go smack him upside the head, but that's okay. That's gonna do nothing. It's a bigger problem that we don't have a healer available, particularly right now. Yeah, now we just casually step away and these guys have a bad day. The good news is we are down a healer till the confusion wears off, but we haven't been dealt that much damage yet. So it's kind of fine. There we go. I can kill him with Notos. That brings me back into feeling like I can actually do something here. Okay. Tropos isn't going to do a ton to him. Okay, and he didn't heal from that. So that's worth noting. You go ahead and get out of there for a second and help work this guy over, because you'll do a lot more damage to him. I keep waiting for the spear to break, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm starting to wonder if it has a break ability, not that it can randomly break. How much health does he have? I didn't even look at 600 now. Okay, he gained 200 more. 0 damage. Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion I need to use the Longinus, Longcolnus, whatever the fuck, as I expected. Either that or he just has a certain amount of resistance and her bow is below that threshold. One of the two. Ow. Oh, he punches really hard, actually. Yikes. Aha! Get guarded, nerd. Oh, you just really don't like me, huh? Yeah, you know what? That checks out. This is gonna hurt. Ooh! Wow, that hurt a lot, actually. And, you know, still don't have the healer on the team right now, because she's still very confused. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I saw 177 and thought I was down to, like, 5 health. Wow, I'm doing, like, no damage to the Giganta, huh? Okay. I need to not be here anyway. All things considered, I need to heal. We still have a vulnerability at the moment, but it's okay. You don't need to play with him, he's nearly dead. Okay, he is a single tile entity, despite how big he looks. Go ahead and help finish that guy off. It's gonna put you in a spot where you can AoE potentially, but it's okay. His Apocalypse was the thing I thought was an area effect spell. Well, at least I think it was. Or was it Cataclysm? That... Yeah, Cataclysm is global. This says area effect Bane, but he targeted a single tile when he fired that spell at me. So I think he can't actually hit multiple people with it. I think he can only hit one at a time. I don't know if hitting her will knock her out of the confusion. That's why I don't really want to end up hitting her. He's got a real case of the wiggle arm going on there. It's mildly uncomfortable to be next to him. Let's see. Oh yeah, you haven't moved yet. Your turn's easy, though. Turn around and eviscerate the poor fool who's been following you around. So 3 out of 4 of his minions have been wiped out already. It might be in my best interest to actually leave one of them alive and see if that prevents him from summoning more. And then we start working on trying to hurt him. We're also closing the level gap, which will help. No, he's committed to kicking my ass. It's a good thing I healed. Ah, fuck you. So what's he doing this time? He's summoning, so it doesn't matter if he's only got a couple minions left. He's just gonna summon regardless. So that means we kind of have to keep on minion control a bit, otherwise we're in trouble. Oh, Dragoons this time, huh? And another Darkstalker. It looks like he might go back up to 4 every time, though. Thankfully, they are very committed still to trying to kill the Lich that they can't kill. And killing me, which is more of a problem. Also, the fact that they get summoned and they get their turn is kind of infuriating, but, you know. I get it. It's in exchange for his turn, they all get a turn, basically. So it's not unreasonable, but I don't have to be happy about it. Oh god, why is that the choice you've made? You're gonna get the shit stabbed out of you for that one. Yeah. On the bright side, she regained control when she has next to no health left. So that's good. You're actually almost dead as well. This is inconvenient, to say the least. Yeah, full HP. Go ahead and just use a healing salve. You should live through everything they throw at you with 150. Because it took a lot of hits for her to start getting into a dangerous spot. Well, that's the end of that guy. Feels like it slightly was overkill, but he deserved it by being there. Okay, we are out of those healing salves now. It's worth it for you to use a healing essence here. Because you might be the key to this, so you need to be alive. Fucking 371 hit points. Jesus Christ. That doesn't hurt him either. Okay. I have concerns. I can't help but feel that these concerns are most likely quite valid. And it's primarily the fact that we still can't find a way to hurt him. So I'm very worried that I don't have enough power to hurt him. Considering we struggled to hurt his previous form. I feel like there is precedent for this issue, to be real. Okay, I do have another healing essence, and she needs it. Because there's a very real possibility 2 of those are going to target her, and she's going to have a really rough time. Yeah, I see 2 realities being true. 1, the spear is necessary, like I was worried about before. 2, he just is really fucking durable. 3, this is an endurance fight, and you have to just keep holding out until something happens to allow you to hurt him. Jesus, that was 125 damage. Ooh, she almost died there. And now he's doing the hit everyone move, huh? So guess who's having to revive his healer right now? Wow, that attack is ridiculous. Yikes. Please be able to hurt him. There we go. What? My barrier. Even your barrier can't withstand the power of Longholness, the sacred spear. Not only will the spear make you whole again, but it will also be a tool of your destruction. You think you can defeat me with the sacred spear? Enough of your arrogance. You have yet to experience true fear. Okay, so he can be harmed now. His barrier's gone. The problem is, we are all in bad shape. After he decided to blow up the fucking world. Okay, you run over here and revive the healer. The problem is we can only do that once. So we might be SOL here. It really depends on how much damage he takes from everything now. Is if we can kill him quickly after this barrier's been knocked down, then we might still be okay. Oh, he still takes, like, fuck all damage. I need Alos to make a play, though. Hopefully he doesn't just start spamming Cataclysm. If he starts spamming Cataclysm, this might actually end and I have to give up and grind. This may turn into being just way too much. $22 or $13. Like, hopefully the spear does, like, a shitload of damage to him or something, now that his barrier's down. Because something's gotta give here, otherwise we are definitely not winning this. Because I'm also willing to bet that I can't beguile his minions into fighting on my side. So this may become a matter of I'm gonna have to, like, do quest mode or something. And then show you all the end of the game later. We'll see how this continues to play out, though. There's still a reality in which we can win this. It's just gonna be sketchy. And I think a lot of people are gonna end up dead. Okay. Really, you could do two things at once? Come on. That's hardly cricket. So he's basically got to move for if somebody's in melee range, and then he gets to do his normal turn. Barrier's been broken. This could be our only chance. Well, that's great. It's been broken for a bit there, buddy. Could you keep up? Yeah, this does nothing. Great. What the hell? Like, is this just a bad fight? Like, he seems way stronger than everything else that's been in this game, other than his previous form, basically. Like, either there's some key to this I'm not understanding, or I genuinely needed to come in here better prepared than even I am. Which, with the way I was just trouncing through everything, I can't help but feel that there's a scaling issue here. But maybe I am just, like, massively underleveled or something. Is like, you'll notice our best move only does like 50 to him. I mean, it certainly doesn't help that one of our characters has been paralyzed the entire fight. Don't get me wrong, that's an issue. Also, I'm realizing Carmen is probably just gonna die again. And there's not really a lot I can do about it. Because I would have had to have fought both of these Dragoons off for her not to just get bodied immediately. I think, unfortunately, even one of them hitting her is probably going to kill her, and they both can get to her at once. Which is where my theory about being underleveled is coming into play a bit, because not only are we gaining levels rapidly here, but the damage output they have has been insane for there being 4 of them at a time. Yep, there she goes again, and that's her permanently dead now because I don't have enough Altars of Resurrection. Because again, at no point did the game make it seem like I was going to need that level of resources at any point. This is way, way higher than everything we did before this. And here we go with this horse shit again, where he just gets a bunch of free turns, and another character dies because she's been paralyzed the entire time. What was I gonna do with that? And I think Alos is dead here too now. Because, you know, he can just drop units on our head. Because that's fair and balanced. Yeah, he still has 500 fucking health left, basically. And I don't have anyone strong enough to keep field control here. The only play I had was to try to damage rush him down. Like, I feel like the struggle we had getting to the castle was probably what was supposed to be my tip-off for this being really dangerous and him being very strong. But by the time I got that warning, there was nothing I could do to change the situation. We were already in and committed. So basically, we're gonna have to roll back to the save. And like I said, we'll have to grind. So I guess one of these days coming up, I will show you guys me going back through the castle and winning this fight, because we're not winning it this time. I'm just gonna say that right now. This is not gonna end up being a win at this stage. Is like, if my best moves are only doing like 50s to these guys and they're just getting resummoned as often as I can get rid of them, we're SOL as far as that goes. And quite simply put, I can't just leave them on the board either, because they will just destroy everybody. And that's not even taking into account the fact that he can hit the entire room for 80 or everybody near him for over 100. And all of the other kind of bull hockey things he can do. Like, I can't help but feel that this fight's kind of overkill to begin with, and then it was exacerbated by, like I was saying, the fact that we're underleveled. We're not even underleveled that much, considering the fights we've gotten through when we were worse as far as being underleveled goes. But he seems like he punishes any kind of poor equipment or poor or leveling far harsher than anything else in this game. Because now he's gonna shear again. I think both of them die to that. Yeah, definitely Alos dies, and there went all of the damage we were doing to him. And now, depending on what status effects he rolls, we're even more fucked than we were a moment ago. Oh yay, the only other people that were doing any damage to him are now both out of the fight, because one's confused and one's charmed. Yay. This is a fun game mechanic, right? The good news is the poison at least fixed that. And now she's dead. It's of course one of the most dangerous people on the team for us had to be the one that gets charmed. On the bright side, we get to see the losing screen for once. I don't think we've seen... Yeah, no, we haven't seen the loss screen the entire game. If you're wondering why I'm playing stupid at this point, it's because I've given up. I have accepted the fact that we're not winning this round. Because even if we do win by some miracle, if there's anything else afterward, we would have nothing left. Just like, haha, phase 3! Of course, now you regain control. Is he beyond my ability? Is this the end for me? Even with the spear made from my horn, you humans are no threat to me. God of light who sealed me, you are next. Oh, that got credits. So I guess that's the bad end if you lose the fight, and perhaps you get a better ending if you win. Like, I don't even know if that's meant to be possible. Because I feel like I could have done that if I came in better prepared. But I'm not 100% sure. If it gives me a choice to save or not to save, I think I'm going to put a save state down instead of saving. And I'm going to go back, level up more, and try it again to see if it's physically possible. Because like I said, we had him down about half his health. We just needed to be a little more durable, and I think we could have done that. But with the way he's got some kind of nonsense attacks and all of that, and the fact that we got credits when we lost, and there was an entire dialogue for losing, it's entirely possible you're meant to lose that. Or at the very least, it's another valid option. I genuinely don't know. I do know... I would figure it would be. That's why, like I said, I'm going to go back and attempt it. This is still, at the end of the day, something pertaining to Atlas. So, of course, grindy kind of falls into that. And I didn't get a chance to read any of that dialogue because it auto-moved forward. So, that's a thing. In the year 2032, Ovis, a land west of Galicia, became known as the Abysmal Land. Survivors barely escaping described a white flash that wrapped the island in fire. Yeah, this is a whole bad ending, so... that is a thing. After 7 days, the fire ceased. Since then, the island has been cloaked in a deep fog. Lodis has sent ships to investigate the island, but not one has returned. Game over. And it's gonna auto-save on me. God damn it. I still have save states I could use to go back. Because I made myself bookmark saves at the end of each session. But I'm curious. Where is it gonna put us if I load the save? Okay, it puts us right back before the fight happened, and it lets us keep our levels that we gained during that whole section. No, it didn't. No, it put us back to beforehand. Okay. So, that's good at least. It lets us pick up from where we left off right before we went into the castle. So like I said, in my own time, I will get us a bit stronger. I will test to make sure it's possible before I waste anybody's time with that. And we will come back to this in the next few days somewhere. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how Humble Choice treats me. If it ends up a garbage Humble Choice, we might just go ahead and come back at this for my own sanity. But we've already been going for 6 hours, and I ain't gonna make you guys sit here and watch me grind that out and figure out whether that's possible. Because I anticipate, since it took us a good, 2 hours to get through that castle the first time, it would be that or longer to get all of this done again. So, that will definitely do it for today. As my dashboard once again refreshes when I press the raid button, because God forbid anything on Twitch work properly these days. Oh, Twitch. Such a good website. With massive air quotes around the good. But I'm just going to send us to one of the easy ones today because brain is a little drained. So we'll go see Pazzy because, you know, he's part of the big circle anyway. So, of course, we will help him out where we can. As I've already discussed, tomorrow will either be revenge on Shahar, or I may just accept how that played out. I'll see how I feel. And it'll also, like I said, depend on how Humble Choice treats me. If I get something incredible in there, we might do that. Thursday will be a collab with the same crew I've played Terraria with in the past. We'll be continuing that world. Friday should be enshrouded with Xeno at the early part of the day. Friday is actually going to be a long day because I've got a Lethal Company lobby after the enshrouded session with Xeno. There's a bit of time between, most likely, and I don't know if I'm going to stream both halves or not. It's going to depend on how I feel by that point and how long everything's gone on. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. And then Saturday's up in the air, so we'll see how that plays out. But be good to Pazzy. Hopefully I'll figure something out with this whole situation, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.